Right, welcome everybody to another edition of our Ask Gun Questions. We're starting out on a new streaming service, so we don't have this typical intro or any of that stuff going on. But I want to say thanks to. Oh, what am I doing wrong here? Something's happening here. There we go. So again, sorry for the confusion and the lack of production, but we're joined with Tony again from 2A4E. Welcome. Thanks for jumping in.
Hey man, thanks for having me.
Yep. And we get together on Saturdays on the fairly regular. It's been a little bit choppy lately because I messed up weeks. But askgunquestions.com. You can ask gun questions over there since like 2007. And we don't harvest emails. We're not looking to create any kind of weird we're not asking for anything over there. Just ask your gun question, and it gives us stuff to talk about on Saturdays. So we appreciate all the people that do that. Over the years, there's been thousands and thousands of questions. Hopefully, it's been useful for people. We've got some experience just being old guys that have been around guns for a long time and have different experience. So hopefully, we're bringing stuff to the table that's useful, if not entertaining. So with that, it's been a couple weeks since we've been on. So Tony, catch us up. What's been happening on your neck of the country, in your neck of the world?
So I did two diversity shoots, I think, in the time since we've spoken, or maybe I just finished one. But yeah, we did two diversity shoots, one in um, Jamesburg or Monroe at Recoil Range, and another at Lakewood last week. Sorry, didn't know I had the brain fart. I was thinking of the name of the place. We Shoot. It was really great. We sold out both, really. I don't think we moved all the tickets, but we had people show up afterwards at Lakewood to tip us over our limit or put us at our limit. That was great. Lakewood also, We Shoot at Lakewood has a media team, and I filmed some content using their professional lighting, professional sound, and editing. So I look forward to them sending that to me so I can release it. We had a young lady at both the she's 10. It was awesome. One of our guys brought her to the event. He knows the family, and he's been getting her into. He was like, "Yeah, I slowly introduced these kids to firearms and self-preservation, self-sufficiency." So he taught her how to fish. So she's really excited about fishing, and he also took her shooting 22s, and I think he even got her to fire a 5.56 on their own range day, and he convinced her to come to the diversity shoot earlier this month. She had a great time, so much so that she couldn't stop talking about it and got her older sister to come with her Thursday. So they were running around having fun, shooting guns, different kind of guns. And she shot a pistol for the first time at our event, and she loved it. She couldn't stop talking about it. And of course, we had other people. We had adults that came for the first time too. So it was really exciting growing the community, seeing new people. And the coolest part is people start bringing their family and friends, and just it slowly turned into, almost 10 years later, into an overnight success. And we have a bunch of people coming. Also, really excited about a new firearm that We Shoot pulled out. It's a Glock clone. It's another Gen 3 Glock clone. I know some people roll their eyes, but understand the more that are made and the better they are, the easier and less expensive it is for others to get into a good gun. So this is from Diriyah Arms, which is a Turkish company, but it's being imported by Rock Island Armory. And it's a Gen 3 Glock clone with all of the things. All of the things. It has, let's start at the front. It has front and rear serrations. It has high vis sights. So, what do you call those things? Oh my goodness. I just brain farted.
Night sights?
It's yellow, green in the front, red in the back.
Oh, tritium?
No, fiber optic. Fiber
Yeah.
optic.
Yeah.
So it has fiber optic sights front and back. It
Well,
has
that's what
actual
High-Vis is,
picket.
or is that just a brand name?
High Vis is a brand name, but yeah, it's pretty much fiber optics. Yeah. It has actual Picatinny rail, not Glock's proprietary rail. It has a very high undercut. It has thumb rest almost like a gas puddle that's already cut out and stippled in the side of it. It has a magazine well. It has pretty much grenade patterning on the front of the pistol grip and kind of like XD patterning on the rear back strap. It has four back straps come with it. One comes on it, three in the box. Also has a magazine well and an extended slide release slide lock. All of that, and it's actually at We Shoot for $250. Yeah, so that's ridiculous. And they had one there when I got there, and they were showing it to me, and they had the one priced at almost obscene price, like high point prices. And their photographer purchased it, like smashed it right up and bought it. And then he was so cool. He went, "All right, this is what I'm going to do." He said, "I bought it, and I want you guys to be the first ones to shoot a diversity shoot, but I want to get people's first reaction and maybe a little testimony on what they think of the gun." So he actually purchased the gun and then allowed us to shoot it before he even pulled the trigger on his own gun. And I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot, Ryan. But I'm pretty excited about it. I want to get one in just like I want to get a Ross Martin in so I can run them, because when you have sub $400 Glocks that work like Glocks, that allows more people to get introduced to these firearms for your first gun, for maybe your second or third gun that you're going to use for defensive purposes. Because it's all, in my opinion, it's always a good idea if you have a defensive firearm to have more than one, because if you have to use it, you still want to have another one. And also, it allows you to have one if one goes down. And also, just having more than one is a smart move, in my opinion. It allows you to run them in class. And if you take a class, the worst thing you want to do is finally get everything together to have a class with a firearm and have your only gun go down. And now you're dependent upon whatever the instructor has or another student can loan you. And it might not be magazine compatible or even ammunition compatible. You might be the only one with a, which I doubt it, but you could be the only one with a 9mm. Everybody else could have something else. So it's always good to have more than one self defense firearm or just gun when you take a class. So I think that's a great, because I'm talking under 250. For $500, you can have two Glock like pistols that takes Glock magazines. And it goes through, I don't know what their warranty is for Rock Island, but I just think it's a good thing.
Yeah, they're not going to leave you hanging. They're definitely in business for the long run.
Yeah, the only thing they don't have is an optics cut. That's where, in my opinion, Ross Martin pulls ahead. Also, Ross Martin is an American company, and some people have a problem buying things from Turkey, which is fine because Ross Martin is another sub $400 Glock with optic cuts. We were actually talking to one of my friends that's a trainer, and I mean, pretty much almost all of us agree. If you take a class, take two guns. If you take a rifle class, take two guns. Don't be that dude. So when I watch a lot of people dump a gang of money into their one rifle, I'm like, that's great. You have an LMT, you have a LWRC. When you take it to class and it has, and stop pretending that it's not a machine that can't break, and you have a problem with it, what are you gonna do, bro? Like all of a sudden, you had a $3,000 rifle when you showed up. It went down somehow, freak of nature, whatever you want to call it, because it's still manufactured. And now you're still using a Palmetto State Armory rifle that you got from the instructor because he has like four backup guns, and that's what they are. Because I don't know one instructor that runs around with like four nice armaments ready to go in case the students' guns go down. I think as close as I ever had was Rob Pincus when I was taking his class. He has a couple of Springfield Armory ARs that he has in case the students' guns go down, but he's sponsored by Springfield Armory, so there's that. So that's what we did. We had a bunch of fun. I'm in talks with Maj right now, Maj Toure of Black Guns Matter, to try to figure out how to host something in Jersey. We got a range. I got some dates from Maj. He's going to be available. So I'm going to see if I can help set something up here in Jersey in the next couple months because he's starting his fall tour.
With Maj, I was going to say he's going to be driving around, so have to
Hmm.
either do it like in between or after, weave it in there somewhere. But
Yeah, so we just like spoke briefly today because I really want Maj here. I think is important. I mean, we live 30 minutes away from each other, 45 minutes away from each other.
oh, really? I never thought about it like
Yeah.
that. I know all the 13 original colonies and stuff are all touching, and then the states are not quite the same, but you're all there. But I've driven around there enough to know that they look little on a map, but there's some space between it plus traffic. But the problem is I've only
Well,
ever
that's what it
driven it
is. Yeah.
a few times. Like I've never sewed up between where you're. Well, I've never driven to Jersey, so I've never been. I've been to Pennsylvania once, but I've never been over. So anyway, I just don't put it. I don't picture it. It's not
Yeah,
spacing.
I'm figuring Philly to Trenton. Philly to Trenton is like less than an hour. Depends on the time of day. And it's about $78 in a freaking Uber if you go into Philadelphia Airport for a 6 o'clock flight. That's oddly specific for a reason. I know that for a reason.
I was checking out. So this is Ask Gun Questions, and I figured, hey, well, it's been a while since we looked at the actual database of questions that have come in, and we do have a couple that have come in this month. But I see Saint is asking a real question right now. We usually go to the
Hmm.
real ones or the live questions first. So I am using a new system. Thanks everybody for your like not worrying about the frills. They're all a little bit different. I can't figure out how to change my icon. I don't get any extras because I'm not paying for it yet. Kind of just testing this system out. But I can bring stuff up on the screen, so that's cool. How was it connecting? I didn't even get a chance to ask you. Is it any better or different to connect to this than what it
It,
used to be used?
it went straight through just like the other one did. I didn't have any problems.
Okay.
Um, Pop in, pop out.
The other one was $25 a month, and I wasn't super stoked about that because I don't really think it was worth $25 a month. And they switched it to
Hmm.
$45 a month, so I
Woo.
canceled it and I'm trying this one. This one will be 150 a year, whatever that comes out to. Not very much a month
Hmm.
compared to
Yeah,
the other. And so far, it
like
seems
twelve
like I've
fifty.
got not just a lot of the same features, but a little bit more control over some of them. I think it's definitely different, but it seems like there's more control panels and stuff. So I think I can get something similar to what we've had and be a little bit cheaper for our Patreons, people that help pay for all this stuff. So thanks to them. And, maybe thanks to the other place for screwing with us because I'm cheap and that instigated me to get off my butt and look around. It's not like I looked
Yeah,
hard. Clover and other people went right to this one, so I just followed them.
heck yeah. You don't have to. You don't have to experience everything yourself.
Oh,
You
no
use other
time for that
people for
anymore.
that.
Back in the day, there was less others sharing that info. So yeah, you had to kind of go out and look around. Definitely don't always have to, for sure.
As far as yeah, I actually was paying the $25 to the other one too, and when it came to renewal, what happened is my credit card or my debit card, I actually had a issue with it and had to be reissued one. So they weren't able to charge me. And they were like, "Hey, we're canceling your thing," and I was like, "You know what? I didn't use it to its fully its ability anyway. So yeah, thanks, thanks." Oh, also, U.S. Law Shield. I am a U.S. Law Shield. God dang, what is the word? I'm not a representative. Dang, I forgot what I
Shill.
am.
You're a shill. Paid shill.
Yeah, I'm a U.S. Yeah, I'm a paid shield for the U.S. Law Shield. Also, it's the only one that we can have in Jersey. So I actually spoke to them, and I actually had two people sign up on U.S. Law Shield from my last couple of diversity shifts. Again, I tell people over and over, The reason I say use U.S. Law Shield is because they have the ability, even at the minimum level, to actually speak to an attorney that specialize in Second Amendment stuff and firearms related questions. So you're not talking to your cousin's boyfriend's uncle, who's a realty lawyer. You know what I mean? It's like, no, no, this person actually specializes in this, and they can answer your questions. So I figure for about $1 a day, if not less, again, depending on what service you got, you can actually pick up the phone and go, hey, I'm thinking about building in New Jersey, a non NFA rifle. Can I use this, and this? And you can at least get an answer from a lawyer on it instead of going into, a forum or a Facebook group and asking a question. So that's how I say go into it. I don't go, hey, you may get into a shootout with 17 drug dealers in your front lawn. I think that's a stretch. And I'm talking to a lot of people at my diversity shoot that are new to firearms, but they're adults. You know what I mean? You're a 45-year-old person purchasing your first gun because New Jersey has a carry permit, and you have a lot of questions and don't know where to go for it. And I'm like, well, that's a very good place to go. Is U.S. Law Shield for a few dollars a month, because it's not their first gun. It's not they don't have money. They just have more questions and don't know where to go for them. So I feel that is U.S. Law Shield is a very good option. And again, it's the only one available in Jersey. If you live elsewhere, look into all of them. Look into all of them if you're thinking about self-defense insurance. It's not really insurance, but you know what I mean. And check them out. And if U.S. Law Shield is cool, use my code 2A4E, and I can get paid, which goes into the diversity shoot and buys pizza and ammo. So, but yeah, it finally worked. So a couple of people actually used my code, because the crazy part is every range I use, they're also a U.S. Law Shield ambassador or what, and they allow me to use my code and hand out my brochure or my flyer the day of my diversity shoot, which I think is really cool of them. Like, they don't insist I hand out theirs. They are like 100%. You can hand out your own, man. We like what you do. We give you this space. And again, I'd like to thank all the ranges and let everyone know. Anytime a range in New Jersey is hosting a diversity shoot, it's 100% costing them classroom space and range time, because in New Jersey, classroom space is packed because we have carry permits now. Every class is full. So when they give me a day and about 4 hours in a classroom, that's at least one concealed carry class they're not selling at $200 a person.
But it's not like now they got Four Boxes Diner talking at the Gun Rights Policy Conference right now. It's not like they're making hundreds of dollars a day and you're somehow stepping on a massive part of their income. So, and it's all going towards an organization that essentially is the only option you've got there. So
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's see. So, like I say, we do have a couple of real questions from people that went through the website and asked them earlier this month. But since Saint is out here right now, let's hit this one. I like this. What other economical, I guess he was saying I like this to whatever we were saying at the time, but then he says, what other economical firearms do you guys recommend? Oh, you were just talking about that Glock at the shop, that Glock like gun at the shop. What other firearms do we recommend?
I like doing this too. All right, I do it on a regular podcast, Firearm Gun and Gear Review podcast. I talk about alternatives that are less expensive for like shotguns, right? For a pump action shotgun. If you're not buying I almost said Winchester. No, if you're not buying a Mossberg or a Remington, I look at Maverick 88 as a very good pump action shotgun, especially for the price, which is around $200 to $250.
And at least back in the day, that's something you could get at like the Walmart or the local gun shop. Pretty much always, like, it was a pretty much base gun that most shops would have.
Yep. So it's a solid a solid purchase. A pump action shotgun, again, it's American made. It's made in Texas, and I think it's one of the better deals when it comes to a self defense firearm. Uh, that's in the shotgun. That's the first one that I would go with, other than use. So I'm going to just go from the new perspective. Something else that just came out is from a company called Mac. They make a clone. They bring in a Turkish clone of the not the Beretta, the Benelli M4. They make a clone of it. I've spoken to them. I've spoken to the owners. I've spoken to their quality control guy. They actually have an American that lives in Turkey that checks out the stuff as it comes off the line. So their quality control is actually in the country they're importing it from, and that reduces the chance that you're getting hot garbage. I know a couple of guys that own it and run it because they wanted a semi-automatic 12 gauge to try out three gun, and they wanted the most bang for the buck they can get, and they're saying this works really well. It's a company that it's a part of TSOS Military Armament Corporation, so you can check that out. I think they call it a 1014, which is the Marine Corps designation for the real M4. That's what I think about semi-auto shotguns. As far as semi-automatic rifles, AR, I'm dealing with Anderson right now because they just came out with something called their frontline line of ARs, and is their attempt to go into the mid-tier $800 category of ARs. So it comes with 1 in 8 twists, free float, M-lock, all the stuff. Better than just basic adjustable stock. And yeah, their MSRP is like 850, so it's probably going to be a couple of $100 lower than that. So that's what I'd be looking at if you're talking about decent bang for the buck. Now, I personally used PSA before, but I used PSA 10 years ago. Good Lord. Yeah. 10, 12 years ago was when I purchased mine. And I've heard because they grew so fast, their quality control may be questionable because I just purchased my loader back then and I built it using sales and parts from other companies and put it together. If you do that, you'll save a lot of money building your own AR or assembling your own AR. But as far as like good bang for the buck without breaking the bank and not coming in as low as you can go, I think like the $800 area is a good place to start. And right now I'll say Anderson.
All right, then I'll go with my normal way and an opposite way from where you're going and say, to answer the question, economical firearm is a used firearm. So just like a lot of people when they're buying cars and stuff that depreciate, let somebody else take that depreciation. So people get rid of guns constantly. Some people, especially nowadays, I mean, it used to be like this, but that's one thing that the internet and this like buy culture and the macro influence, because that can really get you. Like there's a reason that people are interested in talking to smaller and smaller influencers, quote unquote, is because they're effective. And when I mean, it depends on what you're doing for a living and what your life circumstances are. But you think about it, there's lots of people that own dozens of firearms. So that's a decision every couple of months that they're making, not maybe on the spur of the moment, but they're collecting, they're acquiring, and not everybody holds on to everything. So once you've acquired a couple and you've got a taste for it and you like exploring the different guns that are out there, you'll get rid of them. People pass away, their descendants don't want them around, they didn't make any kind of accommodations for what to do after, and those get pushed to a gun shop, typically pawn shop or something. Millions of reasons. Something happens and somebody decides it's something, it's time to get rid of my firearms, or maybe a financial thing happens and I have to get rid of my firearms. So many different things for perfectly good firearms to get stuck into the used market. So that doesn't necessarily always mean old, right? Or surplus or like worn out. In fact, most of the time, I mean, seriously, even in military, you don't use some guns, like training guns, get used up. Those guns get used because literally you're using them every day for training, and you're breaking them, and new people are using them, and all different accidents happen and stuff to these things. So those guns actually get some abuse slash use. But there's some guns that are used in war, and a heck of a lot of them are ready to go to war but never do. They might get some bruises and dents and things sitting around waiting to go to war, but if they never actually get taken off an armory rack, then they're a lot of times pretty decent. But what, 99% of all guns are just taken off for training, maybe, if that. They're not even issued. Like, everybody thinks everybody in the
Not
military
even.
gets a gun. Like, you barely get a gun in the military unless your job is to be pulling the trigger on it, or you're training to get ready to do that stuff or something, or stay qualified. It's
Uh-huh.
not like everybody gets trained to do that either. But anyhow, and in police, it's just the same. Like, some people are out there using their guns every
Uh-huh.
day, and then others barely touch them at all, if once a year or whatever. So anyway, there's lots of used guns out there from real life, like service, or from job occupation type of stuff. Think about security guards; they probably use their guns even less. So there's lots of guns that have seen service, and those can be neat because they can be engraved and they can have history to them, or like some kind of stories come from somewhere cool, come out in batches, so they can be fun to collect or just acquire because like, oh, some state troopers, dozen or so guns got put out on the market. If you don't jump, you're not getting them. You'll never get them again because there's only a couple of dozen of those guns anyway. So they can be kind of fun to collect. Surplus,
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It used to be a lot more fun to collect, right? When it was practical and like a kid could do it.
There,
Like, I was a kid collecting surplus, so it's kind of tough to say it now. But if you can find it cheap,
surplus ain't what it was when we were younger, bro.
yeah. So it's hard to say
Yeah.
that. But every once in a while, I mean, if you're paying attention, there can be these kind of things. So economical firearms, that's doesn't
Uh-huh.
mean to me. I don't jump to defense. In other words, I think of like all the different reasons somebody might get one. I don't disagree with what Tony said. I'm just saying another option is checking out gun shops and gun shows mostly. And then sometimes going to the range, and if they've got like a bulletin board or something, depending on where you're at, like sometimes they'll have, that might be a place to look. Because typically if somebody's using a bulletin board at the gun range, they're not a computer person. They're not posting it on Facebook, or I don't know where people post guns. You probably can't do it on Facebook,
I
but
don't either.
gun broker or something, right? Like, I'm guessing the people that are taking a picture and writing on the side of the picture or whatever, or taking a photocopy and writing on a piece of paper at the gun range, those probably don't have a lot of people asking for that gun. So you probably have
Yeah.
some really cool potential there. Or just
Well,
guns that are interesting, like made to shoot long distance or made to be really accurate at 25 yards. Like, somebody at a range usually has a gun that they shoot. I'll shut up.
no, my issue with it and what I found out about it was usually they have an unrealistic, the people that use the bulletin board have an unrealistic price of their gun. And it's like, yeah, bro, no, your blue book of guns, yours one isn't pristine. All right. Two, that blue book of gun values is just a guideline. I am not paying that price for your used ass gun. So just be aware if you're buying a used gun, which that's mostly what I do is purchase used guns. So I'm not acting as if I'm that dude that runs out and buys new guns all the time. I think outside of building ARs, almost everything I have is a used gun, and I think they're great values, especially used shotguns. Because that, what is it? What did I say? The Maverick 88. You can probably get a used Maverick 88 for about $200 or less. I purchased two Winchester, one 1300, one 1200, both of them for like less than $200. And I've been using them for years, run them in classes and everything else. My 357 Magnum, 686. I picked that up for 600 bones years ago. 600 bucks is really cheap for a freaking 686 used, and it's great. What else? So yeah, purchase. I 100. Am I here?
Yeah, you're cutting out, but is that your screen happen or something?
Just running my mouth. But yeah, the reason I went with new guns is because that's usually what people are talking about. And if you're new to this and you don't want to take the chance of maybe getting a used gun with problems, purchase new. But if you already have a couple and you know your way around the firearm, know what questions to ask, know the things to look for sometime, and then mostly it's questions to ask. Uh, used guns are a good way to go, especially used guns in a gun store with an FFL, especially when it has a gunsmith.
Dude, that's a great point about knowing what to look for. You don't have to know that. You don't have to be confident on that. I forgot about that because I guess that's not a factor. I didn't think about that, but that's a great point for someone who's not comfortable with any of what I just said there. But you don't have to learn that necessarily or be restricted to your experience because you got friends. Like, trust me, you talk to your friends that like guns and say you're shopping, and pretty much everybody will use any excuse they can to drop everything and go gun shopping with you. Like, that's
Mm-hmm.
an easy ask. That's not a burden on anybody. Again, going to the gun show or something, and then if you really feel like you're a burden, say, hey, can I take you to the gun show, and then you show me around shotguns, and then pay somebody's admittance to the gun show. It'll like cost you $20 at the most or something, hopefully. And
Mm-hmm.
now you're going to get essentially like a mastermind workshop on shotguns from a friend or something, or from somebody at the range. But you
And
could do
let me throw this out there
great.
because of the people I meet, doing diversity shoots, we have people that are the only person in their friend group. So when they come to my event, they may not even own a gun. They were looking at owning a gun, heard about my event, and they're like, "Oh, what the hell is this? Like, I've never done this before." Cool. Come to the range, go to the range, rent a gun, talk to people. If you have no one in your circle, like you've not met anybody, you just decided to purchase a gun last week, you don't know what to do. There's no reason to go in cold into a gun shop, uh, like first and buying a gun immediately. Like you can go to a place that rents firearms, and then what you did was you got into a new environment and just instigate a conversation because you want to figure out what to get. You want to figure out a caliber. You may rent a couple of guns. If ranges have, because one of the ranges, well, actually, multiple ranges I go to have shooting events that they have during the week or weekend, and they're more like outlaw, laid back, not really organized. Go to one of those. Say, hey, yeah, I've never even shot a gun before, and I just want to check out what this whole competition thing is about. And they have different kinds of competition, different levels of competition. But one, you get to see different things. You get to check out different people, different sizes, different hand sizes, different options, and they'll love to talk to you about firearms there. And they will have stuff for sale that's different because they actually know how much their stuff is worth. And usually they're selling something to buy something new. So that's a much better deal, than somebody's trying to get rid of something else. It's just options. Because we do it all the time over at Old Bridge. Just a new person comes in. Yeah, I'm thinking about buying a concealed carry, and somebody told me to come here. Well, a lot of the people, me included, when I compete there, whether it's an action shooting or the police challenge shoot, which is old school police qualifications for score, I carry my concealed carry gun like I carry my concealed carry gun in my inside the waistband appendix holster. So if you come up to me and go, "Hey, I'm a big guy and I wonder what kind of appendix holster do you use because you're a big guy," I can tell you. You know what I mean? I say, "Hey, I got a new holster from Fat Tack for my Glock 19. Works great. Here it is." Like I have no problem doing that with a new person. So that's one way to meet new people. Also have a door open to finding used guns, finding the best ammo, because all of us are always looking for deals, and we have friends and we know people. So you have a step up. Just like you said, it's almost like a master class. It's like a cheat code in being a new guy. Oh, and also when it comes to handguns, new handguns that are deal. Ross Martin, I think, is a great deal. Again, American company. TSOS. Now, TSOS has a whole line of 1911s if you want to check those out, from 9 mil to 45 to 10 mil. They have that, but they also have their own line of striker fired pistols called the PX9. I like these, and I'm going to ask them to send me one, if not more than one. They have a duty, they have a carry, and they have like they're maxed out called a Night Stalker series. But what it is a striker fired polymer semi automatic handgun that takes Glock sights or XD sights, can't remember which one, and it takes SIG P226 magazines. And it uses an XD holster. So it's pretty much, and it's out of Turkey. So in my opinion, it's set up to be that value deal, and I'm talking about around $300 to $350 for a striker fire gun that works well. Also, what's the name of the other company? Gerson. They make some decent guns, but one of the things I'm excited about that they make is a Beretta 92 clone that has many of the parts that are totally swappable with Beretta 92s. Also, Rock Island Armory is importing from that same company I told you about, Daria Arms. They're importing a Beretta clone also. And I've watched dudes swap out parts with actual military Berettas, and they work in these Beretta clones that Rock Island now carries. So, again, a great bang for the buck with a low MSRP. And they're no longer, what do you call it? There's no longer a patent infringement kind of thing going with the Berettas. So those are some companies that you can look into that
Beretta,
have.
or the Beretta 92 is like the Glock where anybody can make anything for it now.
Yep. Yeah, Beretta 92 is like that now. So you got those two companies making really good things from Beretta, and the high power clones that are out there. Some are good, some are bad, but it's something to check out again as a economical thing. And sometimes if you buy, let's say, $350 1911, and that's one of the things about the TSOS I want to tell you. The TSOS make their GI 1911. It is so good. Now the civilian marksmanship program is carrying those. They built theirs. TSOS built their 1911 based on the Singer 1911 from World War II fame, which is one of those Grail guns. They were the rarest 1911 made by a company during the Second World War, American company during the Second World War. TSOS makes their clone of that, and it's so good. The civilian marksmanship program made a deal with them in January that they will be producing the 1911s for the civilian marksmanship program here. So that's the quality of guns they make when it comes to a 1911, and I think their version is about 350.
350.
$350 to $400 for a freaking 1911 from TSOS.
All right, so let me ask you a question. They're making one that's, let's say they make it to exact spec of that old one you're talking about, that rare Singer manufactured one. So there's now that's a done deal. Like that's going to be on the market and it's going to be out in shops, and they're able to make them. And there's as many as the demand, as many are made as demand, right? So there's enough out there. My question is, does that affect the price of those actual World War II 1911s?
No, I don't think it will affect the price of that World War II 1911 from someone that wants to collect a Singer World War II 1911.
Well, here's what I would
Because
suggest.
it's a different.
Here's what I would suggest. That with a plethora or like a flood of reproductions on the market, there's going to be a spark in awareness. People are going to go, oh, now I know about this thing and I didn't know about it before. They may not even have known that there's rare 1911s. They might have just thought there was 1911s, right? So I think that what that does is it creates, let me just say awareness, because it's probably a better word. But then now the price of those originals, because there's only a finite amount of those. Like, I don't know what the number was, but I'm guessing you just said they were rare, so they weren't made in the same numbers that other companies were. And then only certain of those even survived, right? So there's some low number of them in existence. I would say their price is going to go up based on the resurgence and awareness, and then now interest, because somebody might have a 1911 collection starting, and they go, well, I know that historically guns are a great investment. Like buying them, even if it's a reach for me, putting money into guns that are going to go up in value is worth it, because these guns cost our grandfathers $5 after the war. Like 1911s that never went to war were in a box, and nobody wanted them because every GI got sick of them, and there was other guns that people wanted that they wanted, and the 1911 wasn't necessarily the top gun on their list, but you could get ammo for nothing because they made a ton of it for the war. They kind of wanted you with the CMP to shoot the things anyway because they wanted to keep people
Hmm.
proficient. But they were $5. You could literally buy them for $5 in a box, never even given to a soldier, not even put into
Yep.
the inventory yet. And you could buy these things. So somebody who was paying attention could have gone and bought. I don't know. I mean, $5 wasn't like today. Like $5 was some money, but it was $5. It wasn't 50, and it wasn't 500. So for $5, you could have taken 100 and bought 20 of those things and set them somewhere, knowing that Civil War stuff went up in value, right? Knowing that Revolutionary War stuff went up in value, thanks to Bannerman. So let's put these things up and just let them sit. And some people did. Like there was literally people that did that. I know people that I'm adjacent to people that bought full auto stuff after the war, knowing that it would just be worth money. And then when the full auto, uh, you know, bans and shit happened, they were sitting on a lot of money. But anyway, so that's why I was asking that question, because we hear so often people say, "Oh, if there's no NFA and guns, for, you can go make a full auto, for the price of parts. So it's $12 more for the full auto because there's a couple extra parts in there. No one's going
Hmm.
to want to buy full autos anymore. So everybody who owns full autos that are expensive is going to be against this." And I'm like, bullshit. The people that own
Yeah.
full autos, and I've known tons of them. Like I don't know everybody, but I know a lot of people from going to the machine gun shoots for so many years, and then hanging out at the gun shop. And we certainly dealt with full autos at the gun shop. Like I know a lot of
Hmm.
full auto owners, and I've gone shooting recreationally with a lot of full auto owners, and they are all cool. Like they are all. It's like being a hot rod owner and saying that those people don't like cars. That's like saying a hot rod owner wouldn't want to have the speed limits be gone or have 100-mile-an-hour speed limits. Of course they want 100 miles because they want more full autos. They understand full autos. But for what I just said, I think that a gun made pre 86 is always going to be on that finite list because there's only so many, and people wear them out. Like people didn't think about it back in the day, but they'd wear out their full autos and just buy another one because it's just a gun. Back in before 86, it was just another gun. So people that liked full auto and liked shooting them, especially with World War II calibers, because you could buy that ammo so cheap, they'd shoot them out and just buy another gun. They wouldn't bother to repair them. Like it was just there were so many of these guns and they were so inexpensive and there wasn't a lot of demand, and they weren't paying attention to what it could happen with the prices. So anyway, people just treated them differently, and because of that, there's fewer of them. But anyway, I don't know. That's just a
So
tangent. Since you happen to be
yeah,
talking about, figure I'd take that
but
19 apply
that's
it.
yeah, that's what I mean. I agree with you that anyone who's in the market for a World War II singer, because they are rare, that might be some people, but others would be like, I just wanted a 1911 that's like a GI 1911, and I don't want to pay those prices. They got one that's the exact same thing, except it doesn't have that many years on it. I'm good with that because I don't want that. So actually, and that was one of the reasons I was actually talking to TSOS prior to, because I was talking to them the day before they announced this, but they told me anyway because I mean it's not like it was going to be some industry secret that deal was done. They just announced it the next day. They were like, "Yeah, that's how good these are," and I'm like, "That makes sense." Because I was like, "Look, I think when people get into firearms, like get into it, not just buy their first one, but realize, man, this is a lot of fun, and I'm kind of liking." Hello.
You cutting out for everybody, or is it just me? You cut out, but I don't know if it's just my connection.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. So people that get into it was like, dude, if I can get a $350 1911 that actually works, if I can get a M9 that actually works, I don't need the original. I just want one so I can check it out and shoot it and maybe have it like, hey, there's that gun right there. It's a copy of one, but that gun right there was issued to American troops from 1911 until like the mid 80s. And then that one right there, that's the next gun they got. I got them both for less than $600, and they're happy with that. So I want to give them that option so they can catch those things at my event. And I think some are getting excited about it. And now that I'm working with WeShoot and they actually have professional photographers to take pictures of guns and do some awesome work, I'm like, Dad, that's going to work out great when companies send me a gun. I can take it there and actually get good photo shoots with it, put it in video, make good video and put it out. Hey, if you want to shoot this, we did it with the P365. We did it with this gun that I have here, the Ross Martin, a month ago. So I think what I'm trying to do is get butts and seats for diversity shoot, and the more options I have, and to get people excited about cool stuff, it works out. And guns can be cool. They're not always about using it for protecting the home or protecting the nation. It's just kind of sometimes a fun thing to sit there and look at your M9 or your Beretta 92 clone and tactically fondle it while you're watching the greatest Christmas movie ever made.
Dude, you're allowed to, you have to eat and you should eat healthy, but you're allowed to own an air popper and a deep fryer, right? You're allowed to own a air fryer and a ice cream machine. Like nobody complains about any of that. Your car or whatever, we've got uh, no right to it or whatever, but nobody seems to complain if somebody has a car and they are an enthusiast and work under the hood or pimp it out or whatever, like, get all kinds of accessories for it, or maybe they just have it plain but they drive it a lot. Maybe you go out on weekends and do road trips, or if you have a motorcycle, nobody bats an eye if you take off on weekends and do road trips with it, or any of the other things I said, soup it up or just accessorize it, right? Like people are allowed to be enthusiasts on these things and nobody questions them. Oh, you have two motorcycles, you got three boats, you have two RVs. They might go, oh, that's be cool, like have those kind of, money for those kind of hobbies, but nobody judges them on it hardly. But with this one, it's not a hobby. It has to be for some. I was just watching the gun rights policy conference all day until we started talking here. I've been listening to it all day. And there's a couple of people that I think, it's just me because I have a glitch on this, but it's obvious. It's obvious how few people, but there's certain people that have to say weapon. Like they can't say gun, can't say firearm, can't say pistol. They always have to say weapon. And I remember from CCW classes, I think it was this really cool CCW instructor here in Tucson that first
Mhm.
made me think of this. And it's usually cops and law enforcement that have to go to court that get kind of institutionalized, is might be the right word, to say weapon, because they need to say that in court. Like they can't just say like, oh, the guy had what seemed like a shiny object. Like it has to be a weapon because there's all kinds of connotation and all that. So sometimes that comes from like an official duty capacity and like an occupational thing. But then I know there's just a bunch of people that just like fucking saying weapon all the time and they just get off on it and no one questions them on it. But to me, I think that's so lame. Like it just sounds like nails on a chalkboard. But like I said, that's my glitch. I know some people care less, but anyway, I think that's where it comes from, where people are, it's the other side. They're exploiting it. I'm not going to say they engineered it, but they certainly exploit that concept that like all guns are weapons and all guns are meant to kill, blah blah blah. Because we all know that there's tons of guns that are lame, that are not designed to kill. They were totally designed to
Yeah.
be either competition guns, or if you want to call hunting killing, that's cutting a fine line. But because we're talking about violence versus, if someone's going to, I'm freaking mostly vegan, and I'm not stupid to say hunting is violent. Like some people suggest that, but we all know that hunting is just the natural whatever evolution of our species or whatever. So they can't go calling that violent, or say that people have violent tendencies if they want to use firearms that way, or that guns are made to be violent because they were used as hunting guns. But there we can't tell them what they're gonna do. But ranting or whatever. Uh,
Um.
but anyway, so yeah, I was just going to say
Fire.
that
Yeah.
we don't really normalize them yet to where people understand that a collection of guns can be for financial reasons or just general interest, or the mechanics of them, or for different uses, like different shoes would be, different boots are used for different activities. I'm preaching to the
Yeah.
choir.
I agree with you. As a NRA certified firearms instructor, did it sound important? I was trying to make it sound important. No, but one of the things they try to emphasize is don't use the term weapon, use the term firearm. Don't use the term weapon because, again, same reason. It gives people fodder. I don't agree with them. Use whatever you want to. It's a weapon. It can be used as a weapon, but so can anything else. Chair leg can be used as a
Oh, I
weapon.
don't mean, yeah, you can't ever use it. It's just that when people only use it, it makes my ears
Yeah.
perk up, and I'm like, man, what's their glitch? Like, why can't they just say gun once in a while?
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree with you. It bothers the heck out of me. I'm like, quit dancing around and playing their game. Look, it's a firearm. It's a gun. It's a Glock. Call it what it is. You don't have to say weapon. You don't sound any cooler if you say weapon. Oh, that guy really must know what he's talking about. He said weapon.
Yeah,
And I
they
think
should
a
be.
lot of the guys in A lot of guys in the military also use those terms, and then there are the people that LARP that want to sound like they're a cop or they want to sound like they're military. Whew, I ooh. In my mind, I had one pop in my head that I worked with, and it was like, dude, have a glass of water and sit down, chill out a little bit, bro, because his military story was iffy anyway, and it was just like you're trying way too hard to sound like someone who's in. Like you don't have to use the word Roger when not on the radio. I understand when your sentence ended. Roger, copy that.
Mic drop. He's always saying like I'm tracking, and I'm like, I bet you
Yeah,
see us say a lot to each other all the time.
I'm tracking.
They
I'm like,
must have said it to each
Jimmy
other a lot.
Crickets, dude. Like you got out of the military 50 freaking years ago. Copy that. You read me 5 by 5?
5 is a pilot thing, so I do that as homage to this guy that back in the old days did a view. The what was it called? It was called. We talked about it one time when Clover was on the show. Still, the he called it the. Dang, I can't remember what he called it, but it was essentially a Viewer's Choice Awards for gun channels, and this
Uh-huh.
was 2011 era, so it was a long time ago. Kind of a difference. There was a couple of channels that are still around, but it was back a different era of gun channels, really. And most of the channels that would have been involved were all small and doing things in different arenas and stuff. So it was anyway. Condor 5x5 was this guy that organized and kind of set it up, and then I guess you could say funded it because he made a bunch of awards that he engraved and then sent out, and he just did that all on his own volition for no reason, and it was just kind of a neat way to bring the YouTube gun community together because at that point we really had never talked to each other really at all. So anyway, it was just a cool thing, and every once in a while you see Condor 5x5 out there, so that's why I do I figure every once in a while when somebody's doing like a live stream, I'll say like your audio's 5x5, and that's
Nice.
because he told us that's from being pilot or whatever. Like the pilots would say that. But I mean, you do that as a ham radio. You do that pretty much anytime
Yep.
you're trying to express both the volume and clarity is on a scale of one
Hmm.
to five.
Yes, sir. That's where I got it from. But also, I was in the Marine Corps Air Wing, so that just reinforced it. It's not like
So that's interesting.
that in
Whenever
alphabets.
in Civil Air Patrol, we played with radios quite a bit because if you were interested, you could pursue that. And our squadron had a lot of radios, so I was able to. But and I just was curious because they were super neat. But and Army, fuck, I never even think I've seen it. I don't even. I must have seen a radio set, but I certainly never had touched one. I don't even think they teach them in basic or any kind of in
No.
most of the schools
Well,
unless you got a reason to touch them.
actually, yeah, I had
Now they're different.
77.
Yeah, this
I
is back.
carried that son of a gun. I carried that mofo. That's one of the disadvantages of being the big dude.
Oh,
I
it's one of
got
those
I got
years
the
out of carry, probably.
yeah, I got the honor of carrying the radio. I got the honor of carrying the M60 E3. Yay. Yay. I learned that. Hey, what did it teach you? What did Marine Corps boot camp teach you? That it was a smart move to choose to become a computer programmer. That's what that taught me.
Right, so I'm going to go back since you kind of brought up the M60, the Hog.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff's comment on the screen here from Gear Report Firearms. I think you would be surprised how many NFA machine guns, how many own NFA machine guns as investments. They'll lose their shirts if NFA dies. So I don't think you understand how many times I've been to Big Sandy, and that's a recreational machine gun shootout here in Arizona. So I definitely know how many people own them. But I would say, I don't want to speak for everybody out there, but the people that were shooting them didn't shoot all their guns. Let's put it that way. Like, I definitely know the people that understand machine guns, yeah, they have a lot. And if they had one that was like 80%, they're not shooting that one. They're going to shoot their beaters. But I definitely know people that shoot them out here. But then at the gun shop, man, I knew a lot of people. And there was a lot of cans because cans had already started being a thing. But there was a lot of people moving around NFA items, and they are not getting shot. $26,000 Tommy gun, you might take that out and shoot it once in a while, but you're buying that as an investment. But like I just tried to describe there, I don't. In fact, I'm pretty sure history shows us that when you remove a barrier to purchase, the guns that have finite number, and you allow reproductions to be made, those reproductions are only going to satisfy a certain number of people who are going to go, okay, I bought my $300 Tommy gun, I don't need another one. But what's going to happen is people are going to buy that $300 Tommy gun, and it's going to be in, let's say, 1928 condition. And then they're going to go, I'm going to buy another one, and I'm going to make it in whatever it is, 1935 condition. So one of them is the stick gun that they used in World War II. Then you make it into the drum mag, little carbine that the gangsters used, right? In like 1924, I guess. So whatever, you're going to make into these different configurations. And then if you're the person who either gets money somehow, you earn a bunch of money, you get a bunch of money from a lottery, or something happens and you get a windfall, then what are you doing? Are you going to sell all your guns and move to an island, or are you going to start looking around at buying one of the originals? So I don't think collectors and investors are going to lose a dime. I think that the prices might shift a little bit, but I think that as soon as you find that there's a ton of people with $300 Tommy guns, they're going to start wanting to impress their friends with their collections, and they're going to start looking at those really expensive ones, and those prices are going to start to go up. So I think that people will, if they're long-term investors, they'll make even more money when the NFA creates more demand. But if somebody has a real disagreement with that, I'd like to hear it, because I don't think that the economics work out that when you make a $350 item, all of it, like think about cars. When they make a really fast Mustang, do old Mustangs go down in value? Like when they make a Chinese version of a guitar, does a rare old one go down in value? Like it's the other way around, right? But
I know what you're saying, and I think it's somewhere in between. Because no, this is just me pulling it out of my ass. So of course you have more experience than me. I think what you're saying is right, that it will spark an interest with some. So the number of people that may be interested in full auto will get a bump. But I don't think it's going to be that $1 million Luger type of money that a lot of these people think they're going to get for their, machine guns. Like a lot of them buy into it and think that's a super retirement plan, and they're going to make.
Look, I know what I got, so I know what it's worth.
Yeah. I know what it's worth. I know what I got. But wait, whatever, man. Listen, that's a what if game that we all can play, and truthfully, I hope it comes true. I hope they get rid of the NFA and the ATF, and then we can find out if Grandpa's, belt fed or his MP40 is worth all that money. I think an MP40 would be worth a crap load of money.
Yeah, because if you really think about it, NFA goes away tomorrow, right? Kamala says, you know what, I own a gun, and now that I'm thinking about it, the NFA is stupid. And she signs an executive order, the NFA is no longer enforced, right? Until Congress can get rid of it. So, now what are you going to do? A bunch of people are going to make full auto AR-15s, guess what? And Glocks, because guess why? Guess who's going to love Glocks all of a sudden as soon as there's no NFA? Like, guns I can't even make full auto if I wanted to, or a gun I can make full auto with like a $25 part. But back in the day, we could never talk about Glocks being $25 away from being full auto. But nowadays, since they're using that against us, we might as well just talk about it, right? Like one of the best things about a Glock is it takes $25 to turn it into a full auto pistol. Name another gun you can do that with. There are probably a couple nowadays because they clone themselves so close. But essentially, that was a neat thing about these. But let's say there's no NFA, right? So ARs, some Glocks, there's some Berettas probably. They'll be switched over. We know that you can make a 1911 full auto. There's got to be other ones. Somebody made a Desert Eagle full auto one time. Remember that? It was a YouTuber did that for a minute.
That was insane.
It might have broke. I don't see it anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
But anyhow, they're going to make those kind of guns full auto because they're easy. But like what you just said, I forget which one you said, the MP something, one of the German guns probably. Like
MP40,
There's nobody making. Well, I probably picked a bad one because that is a pretty popular gun. But MP5s, of course, those are super easy. Just change out the trigger pack. But anyway, there's
Yep.
a handful of guns that you can easily make full auto, or that you could buy the parts kit and put them in there. Probably some surplus stuff will come back to life because you can put the full, like AKs and stuff. You can put the full auto parts in there. But
Oh
because
yeah.
you could make a full auto AK pretty quick, you wouldn't have to change the gun around too bad. Just drill a hole and add some parts. You have to be good at adding those parts, but gunsmiths would figure that out pretty quick. But anyway, what I was getting at is then all those other guns, everything else, there's no modern equivalent. So those guns aren't going to go down in value, like a bar, for
Hmm.
example. Like somebody's got
Yeah,
a
your
full auto bar.
BAR.
That gun ain't going down in value. Nobody's making a new one of those. So pretty much anything that they're not making, like Stens. Is anybody making a new Sten? I think there was a Sterling kind of Sten looking thing for a while, but they're certainly not being made still. A
Yeah,
Steyr.
Owens. Any World War II stuff, any World War One stuff, belt feds like that. Yeah, no one's lining up to make a
Or even
Maxim.
like a Mac 10 or something that's just obscure anymore. Like we're common kind of for a minute, but nobody's remaking them. Anyway, so
Well, actually, what you call it, Masterpiece Arms makes them. Um,
oh yeah, you're right. No, I'll shut up. They could make them full auto. That'd be super cool too.
mhm.
And I was going to say Tech Nines. How cool would it be with no NFA? Everybody could full auto their Tech Nines because I think that's some drop in stuff probably. But
Oh, that's
I don't
definitely
think those exist.
1980s. You're putting on the ice cube, going to the range, and just doing mag dumps.
So nobody's been talking about any of this stuff that we're chatting about. Crazy, but we're about an hour. I know you're doing stuff. So where are you at with time?
Oh, we're good. I mean, I'm just sitting here chilling in the parking lot because I don't want to lose signal.
Okay.
So we got questions lined up. Let's run it, man.
Okay, we do have those too, so I guess I'll get to at least one of those. But I'm throwing it out there for people that are watching live. Either Jeff left or we won the argument about the NFA thing, and then DJ's throwing some links up there. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I pissed Jeff off by telling him to get his number count up. He said he has 37
He
firearms.
probably took it
People think,
literally, and he's buying more guitars right now. He's an addict, so he'll take any kind of
oh damn,
thing like that as an excuse.
he's into banjos now.
So the next question comes from somebody who asked on the website, can someone recommend a good night target scope for varmints like skunks? Really don't need more than 15 to 25 yards on the optics.
Hold on.
So for me, I'm thinking a couple of things. One, you don't really need an optic at night for a skunk. A flashlight probably be adequate. First, you got to find out if you can shoot skunks at night where you're at. Some places you can. I'm sure some places have issues with that. But I'd think a real identification would be, it's what everybody's used up until now. It's not like they'd never shot skunks until they had night vision or anything. So a night target scope leads me to think of like either a cheap digital night vision, which is like a digital screen with an IR flashlight, and it kind of enhances an old-fashioned Gen 1 tube, or some kind of old-fashioned Gen 1 tube, unless you're talking spending a lot of money to take out a skunk, and then it would be a nicer night vision thing. And then what would probably be best would be the heat, but a thermal scope would be super expensive, I think. I don't think anybody's making inexpensive thermals yet. But that being said, all of those would typically be for something else, not for shooting a tiny little thing really close to you. So zeroing one of those optics at 15 to 25 yards. I don't even know if that's possible. I haven't played with them enough. Maybe Tony has, but I'm guessing that those are designed for actually shooting things far away, not things standing in front of you. So I would say 22 pistol maybe, or a BB gun even, and a flashlight. But I'm old fashioned, and I figure that's and I don't also buy anything right now, so I don't know. I might be missing giant pieces of new tech that make this question answer, or hold the
So
answer.
I used to watch a lot of this. Um, there's some pretty much Gen 1, Gen 2, night vision stuff that's inexpensive now that actually mounts on guns. What he needs to do is check out the whole night pest control kind of thing. There are a lot of dudes that are using air guns to shoot rats, to take out vermin, and there's channels dedicated to it, and they talk about what equipment they use. Some of them are paid to do it. Working farms, that kind of thing, taking out rats, taking out crows, and some of the stuff is not really expensive. Just Gen One night vision stuff that has an illuminator and then the sight, and we're talking. And yeah, it's within that 15 to 25 yard range easily. So it's just do a little bit of looking, and it's not going to cost an arm and a leg because you're not using it for doomsday prepping and worrying about somebody being able to see your illuminator. You're using it to take out pests at night, and I guess for some reason you don't want to use a flashlight to do it. That's something you can use, especially if you use an air rifle with heavier bullet that doesn't break the sound barrier. Heavy projectile, not bullet. Projectile like a 22 or 30 cal with integral modulator because they don't use silencers and a night vision that doesn't get destroyed by your gun. So use an air rifle like PC that uses pneumatic, not a Springer, because the Springer will destroy, more than likely destroy your night vision optic.
I was going to say some people don't think about that, but some air stuff, some air guns will wail on optics. Other
Hmm.
ones aren't so bad, but yeah, some of them just are more abusive than a shotgun.
Yeah, I'm a nerd, so I looked into a bunch of different stuff just to look into it. But with a 30 cal, they even have some 9 millimeter projectiles from an air rifle that hit with enough because you're not going to need a lot of foot pounds to take out something like a skunk. And using an air rifle, it's really quiet. You have to, of course, find out what the laws are in your area because I'm not going to suggest you break the law. You're an adult. You do what you choose to do if it's worth it for you. But yeah, there's stuff out there that doesn't cost much, and you can get it. But I agree with you, G Webs. You could probably get this done with just a flashlight or a spotlight.
Yeah, you're right. I'm saying flashlight, but I'm thinking like giant lumen LED thing,
Hmm.
like essentially a spotlight, right? Like light up the whole area. So you want to make sure there's not a car behind there, some neighbor that's wondering what a lot of that noise is and came over. Like you just want to make sure you light stuff up at night. Just because you can doesn't mean it's easy. All right, so
Plus, you
that
want to make
was
sure you and make sure you can hit because you see things differently at night. You may be shooting too high and go right over a target. So you want to set that up before you go live with an animal and have all of that, going because you're trying to take out the animal. You're not concentrating on, what's behind your target. Like get that stuff out of the way with some water bottles in the yard or some reactive targets or anything to try it first before you do it live. And you got to zero this optic too, by the way. You just can't hit it anywhere. You just can't smack it on top. You have to zero it at night, more than likely.
I was going to say probably worth going out some other time, some maybe somewhere else, but depending on if you can shoot a skunk in your backyard or whatever it is, then you can probably shoot water balloons. But I was going to say, or not water balloons, but balloons. But inflate some balloons to the size of grapefruits or a little bit bigger, or watermelons smaller than watermelon. That kind of adequate size or approximate size, and then set them out in the yard somewhere with a good backdrop and figure out, like you said, your zero at such I don't want to say close, but like odd range. Like it's probably not 25 yards or 50. It's probably some 33 yards or whatever.
Yeah, one of my guys actually had a thermal optic that he bought to the diversity shoot. It was pretty cool. And he put it on, he got some hand warmers and just put it on the target out of 25. He mounted it on a 22 bolt action and put it on a tripod and just had people shoot that. And they were really thrilled because it didn't make any noise. And it was just something fun to do, that they'd never even thought about doing before. And as close as in New Jersey, you can get to something really cool, kind of suppressor equipped, yada, yada. And it's not, it's just a 22 shooting subs 25 yards through a thermal scope. And it just seems a heck of a lot cooler because you're doing it. Yeah, I think ATN Corporation, that's what he used. A thermal scope from ATN, which isn't that expensive. I don't think. Good Lord, these are though.
Well, ATN's one of those companies. They have a spread for sure. There'll be some, I'm gonna say introductory, but they're not like the third gen. Well, they probably have some old stuff, but they don't. They're not like the bargain basement stuff that you sometimes see like in the back of comic books, like night vision type of stuff. Like
Hmm.
they'll start above that, but then they're pretty inexpensive, and then they'll run the gambit up to like lots of features and lots of, I'm gonna say power, but like different features. But they also are sub issue. Like they're not necessarily what some special operations unit is going to go
Yeah.
source. But they're not everybody needs to be able to jump out of a helicopter or come up from underneath the water with their stuff either.
Yep. I'm looking at about 800 bucks. eight
How
hundred
much?
bucks. nine-
Oh, okay. I thought you said
Eight
200.
seventy. I'm no. 879 is what I'm looking at. They're 1.5 to 4.5. And if he's talking about 25 yards, there you go, buddy. There you go. You got a thermal. You can use it
It's
at
an
night.
expensive skunk. You can also
Yep.
trap, and you can also just do stuff like make something that I have probably, I'm not even exaggerating, a dozen things that are motion sensor. You set the distance or the sensitivity, and then they come on with kind of an ultrasonic that we can't even hear, but I'm assuming is annoying to critters who can hear better than us. And then flashes, like some kind of flashing strobes that bother them. And then a bunch of other kind of LEDs that just kind of shock them like a scarecrow. And you put a
Hmm.
couple of those around that will kind of like, unlike a scarecrow that's just always there, like one of those fake owls, those will take care of birds and things that are stupid. But a mammal that's pretty smart may not be convinced of some like dummy thing or scarecrow, but something that comes to life and seems to interact with their walking around, that might be enough to have them go next door. I mean, unless you have the only sugar in town or something, that critter's making rounds, and you can just make the rounds away from your house or trap them. Like there's live traps.
Yep.
It's
I
fun.
agree.
It's always a good idea trapping skunks. Get one of those cage traps, and then as soon as you trap them, run out there and grab it. Go walk around with that skunk. It'll be fun.
Yeah, as soon as you trap it, just run out there. Slap the side of the cage with a stick too while you're at it. And subscribe to me for more of this great hunting advice.
You take our
I
sage
have a
wisdom.
video.
There's a whole bunch of people that don't know why this is funny. They're just like, oh, okay, sounds like good advice. Now I know what to do with a skunk.
Yeah. Also, hit me up for my PDF. It's only $9.99 on how to take a bear with a switch.
If you slap a bear with a switch right on its nose, I'll bet you it would be like, dang it, like like be offended and just leave because it
Oh
does that
yeah,
slighted.
it'll tell all its friends about that crazy son of a gun who came out there and beat him with a stick.
Yeah, slapped me. I'm out of here. All right, so the last question we have is a pretty basic one for some people because I have to go look up what these guns are. But somebody's asking Ruger Security 9 Compact or Taurus
Mhm.
GX4. I'm sure you know what these are off the top of your head.
Yeah. Okay. Why? All right. Let me not be sarcastic and give the reason I'm saying why. Heard a lot of great things about the GX4 from Taurus from a lot of people. The only questionable thing about the Taurus from these people that I also hear is quality control. You may get a bad one. As far as the River Security 6, I mean Security 9, holster compatibility does not have. If you're going to just leave it like it is, I guess it's okay, but it's not for the price. You can get a lot of things that give you a lot more options. If you're only going to go with, if you're going to go with it because it's a Ruger and that's what you want to do, go ahead. I just look at Security 9, almost any handgun from Ruger as that's just not their thing. They don't. I think at one time they were the go-to for security guards or small towns that the cops had to buy their own guns. So it gave you a gun that would work, but had no thrills, no nothing, um, no style, just gun. And that's cool if that's all you want. But for the price, we can do everything from law enforcement trade-in of Glocks, Smith and Wesson M&Ps for the same price, but better track record, better QC. Um, that's the kind of thing I'd look at before I look at a Ruger Security 9. The cool thing about the Ruger is, again, if there's a problem, it's going to be taken care of because it's an American company and it's in Tennessee. I think, right? They're in Tennessee now, or North Carolina. I forgot which one. But yeah, Ruger's there and it's an American company. So if I got to choose and that's what you want to do, I'd go with the Ruger. But overall, for that amount of money, I have more options that give me more holster options. That gives me aftermarket if I want to do things to it just because I want to. And again, when you go into the user market, the appreciation that you were talking about before kicks in, and a $200, $275, $299 Glock or Smith and Wesson still is cheaper than a brand new Ruger Security 9 and probably a GX4 also.
So I brought them up on the screen. I'm sure I've been in the same room with these before, but I've certainly never shot them, picked them up, played around with them, or anything like that. But just looking at them, one of the reasons I wouldn't is because of some of the design things on both of them. But the Ruger, does my mouse work over here? If I think I can make this bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I just made it bigger, right? Does my mouse work like this? What is this? The slide stop, and then
Yep,
this.
that slice up safety. Yep.
I can't deal with this. So this little safety, I don't know why it's one of those things. Like, I guess there's divides or there's preferences. Mm-hmm. There's like some people ride with a helmet, some people don't. Like some people wear seatbelts, some people don't.
I asked the Ruger. He wasn't the Ruger president. He was one of the guys that was in all the Ruger videos.
Like a spokesperson?
Design? No. Actually, one of the designers for Ruger. And I asked, why does every model Ruger, when they come out, have a safety? And he said that's their demographic. Yep. He was like, the first thing we come out with is the gun with the safety, and then we'll do the pro version without the safety. And he was like, that's our demographic. Those are the ones that sell first. Those people who buy Rugers, for the most part, that's who they cater to. They want a safety.
Yep. And I can't deny that. That's definitely, the thing that they do. But to me, I hate the safety first. But if you're going to put a safety on there, having it that little dinky thing you got to use your fingernail to get at, and it barely moves, and it's probably stiff. Mm-hmm. I'm just assuming, because it would be useless if it wasn't stiff. I just hate everything about it. Like, people are like, oh, I just won't use it. Well, good. You ever heard of Murphy's Law? Like, you don't want to use it. I don't care if you want to use it or not. It still exists. Like, it's like saying, I don't get into politics. Well, politics get into you. Like, you don't have to want to use that safety. But I guarantee here's what happens when you own that gun. And I don't know if this one just doesn't have a safety, right? So this one gets out because it didn't bother with that. It has something going on with the trigger. It makes sure that the gun isn't going to just misfire. But with this little bit of dumbness, you either practice with it, so that, like with a 1911, it's a gun that has an external safety that everyone uses as part of the manual of arms. So as part of literally using the gun, manual of arms, you're going to engage or disengage that safety often. Every time you draw it, essentially you're engaging or disengaging the safety, and every time you holster it, you're engaging the safety. So that's just part of your operation of the gun. Now I don't have a problem with it anymore. Go ahead and have an external safety all you want if that's your thing. That's like automatic or standard in a car. There's no real better or worse. Just do what you're going to do. But this, no one is going to practice with that. So let's say you're the guy who is going to practice with it. You're the gal who is going to practice with it. Okay, well, you're going to wear it out. So now you're going to make that little detent less detenty, and it's a catch-22. You're either going to practice with it and wear it out, in which case it's going to flop back and forth really quick because it's not really made to be used. It's just made to exist. Or you're not going to use it, and it's going to flip into the other direction when you need it to be in the real direction. And nobody can tell me that it ain't going to do that. Like, that there's always the potential for those things to happen. And you know how you get rid of that? By not even having that on the gun. So I think you're right. The Ruger will more than likely make one without it for everybody who's like me or even near me. but
Uh-huh.
I might have just picked a bad thing. I'm not sure they do or don't have that gun out yet. This might not be a brand new gun, so they already might have that gun out. And I just picked a bad
What is it
picture.
called? A Ruger Security
The
Compact?
Security 6.9 compact. Not 6, that would be a revolver. A Security 9 compact. But anyway, so that's my one thing to nitpick on. I can't get into, I have big hands, sure, but I also have pockets like everybody else. I get wanting to put a gun in your pocket. I carried a P380 in my pocket for a long time, so I understand it. I get it. I also carried guns on my ankles before. I understand that, and I get it. I haven't really carried appendix, but I don't know if you carry a little tiny gun like this appendix. I guess people do. But these little tiny guns, I don't mind sticking them in my pocket, but I don't like wearing little tiny guns on my waist. I'm not little, but I just don't like. It just seems weird to have a little gun on my waist. I'd rather have it in my pocket. Now, if it's going in like a bag or something, totally different. I'm not gonna, I don't think it's smart to have your gun laying around, but at the same time, I don't think every time you're off body carrying that you're also somehow an idiot, right? Like people that off body carry are probably just as concerned about that bag all the time as anybody else would when they got their gun in it. So I get like off body type of situations where you might have a little gun, but it might be easy to draw, even like a little Kydex holster or whatever. But anyway, I just don't like the little guns because they're so teeny and stuff. You got to operate them, and either you got big hands and it's going to be tedious, or they by nature have to have stiff springs. So even if you fit it perfectly, if it's totally ergonomic for your hands, because you've got the size hands that are going to fit this gun, like a 1911 fits a person with normal medium size hands or whatever, the standard size hands or whatever, then again, you're fighting a massively strong spring for this little tiny gun. And if I'm wrong, if the springs have gotten, somehow they figured out different math or something and they've made the springs a lot easier or put 2 springs in it or something, like then I guess I'll shut up. But in my experience, these little guns were tedious for big hands who had the muscles to yank on them. And sometimes you'd overpower them, but that was just giant dudes. But the stiff springs, I guess I'm repeating myself, but the stiff springs is like the other side of that. So for me, I guess what I'm getting at, and guess what? Everybody's big surprise. If you're going to carry a gun this size and this cost, get a Ruger revolver, put it in your pocket, and now you have a gun that can work all the time with 357 power instead of 9mm. And if you're worried about having just 5 rounds, then carry 5 more rounds. Now you have 10 rounds. But
yeah, I think all the Security 9s carry a safety. I've been blasting through them, and they all look to have a freaking safety. And Ruger's, of course, website spares no expense to give you that early 2000s website kind of feel. Oh my God, they need to be slapped. I guess they're saving money on this too. It's just, I hate their website. Even when we pull it and use it for our podcast, it's like their stuff is from the 80s, bro.
it's like you're saying the demographic likes old internet.
Good Lord, do they like old internet? So I ran through and I found, yep, it's the Pro model Ruger Max 9. So that doesn't have a safety on it, has his sights. Max 9 Pro comes with fiber optic tritium sights, tritium fiber optic sights. It's a small gun. Check that one out. Unless you were going for a price, and again, if you're a Ruger dude, I just step it up a little bit. Security 9 is their budget before Ruger. And again, I'm not dogging it out at all because I'm that dude that's tactically thrifty myself. I just don't look at Rugers when it comes to that. If I look at anything Ruger, it's going to be a SR 1911. That's what I'd start looking at a Ruger for. Or I'd look at a Ruger for a revolver because they slay revolvers. They're awesome with revolvers, in my opinion. But when it comes to polymer semi-automatic handguns, Ruger is not a stop on my freaking bus line.
Yeah, I hear that. So I'm going to keep ragging on these or saying a little bit good stuff about them. So the one thing is, let's not forget that it's 2024. So we're taking things for granted, like the adjustable and removable sights. So the Ruger's got dovetails front and rear, which typically lends itself to lots of aftermarket people jumping on board. So whatever your preference is, or if you change your mind on stuff, that's pretty cool. I guess there's no optics. I don't care about all that, so I don't know if that's a plus or minus, but That is kind of neat because back in the day, they would literally whittle some sights on top and say, "Yeah, we got sights on it," and then you'd have to go f yourself. You'd have to take it to somebody like a machinist. So realistically, you'd never change the sights on little guns back in the day. Um, the the ergonomics, I don't like either one of them, but I can understand if someone does like. You can definitely see the difference here with this super curvy. I call this like a European grip, where it's all curvy and whatnot. And then this, I don't know what to call it, but it's this definitely different, right? It's all straight and whatever. But I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if these pieces aren't modular and allow you to either change like a swell or thickness or something. So, and if they don't, then I'll bet you the plans are somewhere. If these are modular grips, then those plans are probably somewhere where you could 3D print them or somebody's making them. As far as like, I really like this grippiness. This is like ripping off a SIG or an H&K. They're
Yeah.
the first ones that did this kind of stuff. These kind of, I mean, again, everybody's got their own preference. I want to be holding on to like coral reef or bathrooms
Hmm.
anti-slip mat. Like I not except I don't like adhesives. I shouldn't use that as an analogy, but I like to hold like really aggressive sandpaper or like a coral reef, like some kind of a texture job that's super it actually kind of hurts when you're just grabbing it, because I like that idea of having like a super grippy grip on a gun that I'm going to be defending with. But some people I totally get like a smooth. Some people like some serrations or something. So that's crapshoot. But they're both
Okay.
compared to like if we were in 1990 looking at guns, they would look like bars of soap compared to these. These are super ergonomic compared to back in the day.
Okay. This is what I do, by the way. I do this at the drop of a hat. So I compare stuff like this because I love doing it. So I'm looking at the Ruger, right? The compact, because that's what we're talking about. Ruger Security 9 compact, MSRP 369. Obviously, it's not going to be 369. Uh, Same price point, 369.99. So it's MSRP is higher by 99 cents. Is the T is what I was telling you at the beginning of the show. The T Sauce PX9 Gen 3 Carry TS. Same size, same price. Aftermarket sights are either going to be Glock or going to be XD. I forget which. I think it might be Glock. Magazines, they're going to be P226 mags, and the holster is going to be XD. I'm sorry, P228 mags for this one because it's smaller. So it's going to be two P228 magazines. It's going to be Glock pattern sights, and you got a better deal, in my opinion, from this company, and is also optics ready. So it's a step up on every way of the Ruger Security 9.
Except for Ruger's made here in Prescott, and that's made in Turkey.
Yep,
But
yep.
depends on if you care about
That's
that or whatever.
and 100%. And I'm not even going to dismiss that as something people take into account.
But so that's valid though. So now the next thing I'm going to talk about is the front serrations. I am anti press check, and front
Uh-huh.
serrations either are pro press check or facilitated press check, or are just there to look cool. In which case, why would you want more stuff making your slide go out of battery potentially than when it doesn't need to? So where are you on forward serrations in general, and
For,
then specifically on tiny little guns?
Forward serrations really don't bother me. I don't do the whole press check either. I think it's great. I'm not Steven Seagal in the '80s, and I'm not a Navy SEAL. If you ever heard about how they do, why they do press checks now, it's people copying what they saw but not knowing why they saw it.
Yeah, like because they're coming
So
out of the water to make sure there's not water in the barrel or something.
not even. And okay, my source, my source is James Yeager. All right, so let's go ahead and start that. My source is James Yeager. James Yeager went, hey, the reason they do press checks is this. Navy SEALs in training, of course, they have to stay on it and make sure the firearm is loaded. Well, if you didn't make sure, even after you loaded the mag, rack the slide, you needed to make sure it was loaded because what they would do was bet cases of scotch. If you messed up, pulled the trigger, and it went click on an empty chamber, you had to buy a case of scotch for the team. That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing. The Navy SEALs were doing, and I guess all of the Delta Force guys are doing it too. And it was a penalty for screwing up. They would do that press check because of that. Then other people started seeing them do it. They saw them doing videos, or they take a class by a former, da da da, and they would do the thing and not know the why behind it. So everybody's press checking like Steven Seagal. Cool, whatever,
Yep.
unnecessary.
And I
But
can
if it makes
remember
you
for a
feel
while
better,
there, it was like such a thing. And
hmm
it was such a thing that it came up in classes and it came up in conversations. And then people were getting fights about it. But I think it's
hmm
one of those self-correcting things. It's like popping wheelies. Like, yeah, pop wheelies all you want until you fall over a couple of times popping wheelies. You think popping wheelies is awesome. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
unless you've had trouble with it, then of course you think it's awesome. But the first couple of times you throw your gun out of battery because you were double checking to make sure your gun was in battery, you quit doing it. Like most people stop doing it.
yep.
But anyway, so it's one of those, and then I guess it's technically unsafe. Like some people, some instructors really have a problem because of the hand getting in the way. And when you've got 30 people on the line, it's one of those things like you're saying, it's kind of the opposite, but a similar thing where if you've got 30 people on the line, you're responsible for them. You might have an assistant or two. But again, everybody's got to be paying attention to so many things that the last thing you want is students potentially doing something that gets the hand in the front of the muzzle. So you're just going to say, don't do press checks. So it's not that there's ever been a problem, but because there might be a problem and you got insurance and there's just no need for an issue, you're going to get rid of some habits. And it's one of those things where some people hate it just because they've been told to hate it. Other people have seen the negative things of it. But for me, it's just being working at ranges and stuff, watching the people that did it. It just seems weird. Like you say, people are doing it for some reason. Nobody I guess some people
Well,
must train
also,
to do
well,
it, but
now it's
people
in
that do
video
it
games.
end up putting them. Oh, okay. I was going to say, but
Now it's
probably
in video
movies too.
games.
But
Yep.
basically, what
So,
happened? Well, in a video game, it never puts you out of action. But at the range, people would do it, and then the next thing you know, click, and it's like, yeah, you threw your shit out of battery. Your slide never closed, guy. Like you know how to do a press check, but you don't know how to look to see if it closed again. And now you just put a out of sight, out of whatever slide
out of battery,
out of battery.
out of
Thanks.
battery.
Up to your eyes, and people will do that. They'll do a press. I mean, I can't even tell you. So I would never even consider doing a press check. I used to do it on 1911s because I thought it looked cool from like the Miami Vice days, I think. But
hmm
I haven't done it ever since working at the range because so many people would do that. They'd do the press check on a 1911 usually, like it's usually them, and then the gun never goes back into battery. Then they bring it up to their eyes, and I'm like, you don't have any sense of what's going on with your gun. You just brought a gun that's out of battery up to your eyes. And every single time, because nobody's, you stopped paying attention as soon as you loaded the mag. The rest you're doing on habit, like you're saying, it's just a reflex almost. Anyway,
So,
so I'm not a fan of that. But then
yep, I'm
you go
with you,
down
baby.
to the mag plates. I'm still of the times when these would have been 380s. That's when I stopped paying attention to little guns like this because they were super neat. When they
hmm
first came out in the early 2000s, little 380s like this were super cool because they were working. Like before that in the
hmm
90s, we had little guns, but they were essentially ring of fires. They were made out of
Yep.
the polymers that didn't hold their shape and they didn't work well. They'd work for a while, but they were also very brittle. So their trigger guards would break and stuff, frames would break because they were the
Or
innovators. Go ahead.
or it was a C camp, and it cost the arm and a friggin'
Oh,
leg.
yeah, I didn't even get to shoot those. But we did buy some of the inexpensive ones and didn't have any luck with them. But in the early 2000s, I didn't have to buy them because I could go to the range and shoot them. I was working at the range, like I say, and then hanging out at the gun shop. I got to shoot used ones. So, I mean, I was shooting a lot of guns back then, and I didn't have to buy any of them. It was awesome. I just got to help shoot a bunch of guns, I should say. But anyway, that kind of experience, like I really liked them. And then I had a P3AT because I could afford to get those. Actually, what happened
hmm
is I looked at them all because I didn't want one really until the nines came out, and then everyone sold their P3ATs, and that's when I bought them because I was buying P3ATs for $60 because nobody wanted them anymore.
Nice.
They couldn't sell them because everyone was selling them. So essentially,
hmm
the really popular 380 from like 2006 to 2009 maybe was the P3AT. Everybody had one or two in their pockets, on their ankle, in their kit, whatever. And then the
hmm
nines came all over the place, nine,
hmm
nine, 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 and now you don't even think about the 380s. So those old P3ATs were, well, plus they're just a cool name and everything. I like Keltec. Anyhow, so when I first saw these guns, I really liked them, but the extended magazine floor plate that gives you more to hold on to, my experience is people with big hands grab this thing, put so much pressure on this, it takes the battery into weirdness, and you have potential issues with cycling. So I don't have anywhere near as the experience with recent ones. Is that a thing anymore? Is that a thing of the past with better magazines and better fitment or whatever?
I haven't seen it, but what I've noticed when people run guns in classes, when they don't bring the carry gun for real, they bring a bigger gun. So they'll be carrying something this size, but when they go take the class, they'll carry a full size and run it. And it's like, well,
Yep, I've
this
done
is a
that.
carry class, bro. Bring your carry gun so at least you
But I
know how
shoot
your
this one
carry gun
better.
runs.
But I
Yeah,
shoot
of
this one
course you
better.
shoot that. So my whole thing is maybe, because you shoot this one better in class, maybe you want to shoot the gun that you're gonna have on the worst day of your life better too, and change out that little tiny bitch for a gun that actually you can shoot well. Seeing as you don't want to take a class with it, just saying. But I have big hands, so even a Glock 26 is too small for me. My Glock 19 is too small for me. That is also why I like this DY9 from Rock Island because it had that super. It's not undercut, but it's really high cut on the trigger guard, and it has a mag well, which just jams my hand so all of my fingers are on this gun.
Well, that's the
That's what I
difference
liked
between
about that.
these magwells. This one's got the kind of square, but it also has the little dealie so that I don't know if they
Yeah,
expect you to
no,
put your finger on there or not. And then this one is just your like more smooth. Do you have a
it's
preference?
like a
And
it's like a Pierce grip extension on the Ruger, and I didn't have much luck with that. It actually came off. I loaded it on air while I was talking to my guys. I was like, "Hey, I just got this new Pierce grip extension on for my Glock 19. Let me see if it works." I loaded on a magazine. I put some dummy rounds in it. I slammed it home, and it shot all the rounds out of the bottom, and it broke. So that's my experience with that. I'm sure Ruger has better stuff, but I don't like them. I just don't like them. Um, the Taurus, I think they have extended magazines for those with a little collar that goes on and it gives you a longer grip, if I remember correctly from when we talked about them. Because they also have the Toro version of this red dot, which optics ready. That's what,
oh, really? Okay.
yeah, that's what Taurus calls theirs, the Toro.
But what about the trigger guard now? Like this one has the shape for putting your finger on there, and then this one's kind of slim. Do you got a preference on trigger guards?
I don't have a really preference on trigger guards. If you're one of those people that wear gloves or wear gloves in the wintertime and this is your winter carry, cool. I wear thin gloves if I ever wear gloves in the wintertime anyway, and I practice with them. So yeah, bigger trigger area is better if you live in an area where you're going to be wearing gloves in the wintertime. But
I
if
think
you're one of those
it's
people that
a
carry,
ripoff that nobody ever considers when we're wearing tuxedos with those fancy white gloves. It's not doesn't have to be winter
uh
for us to have class.
but I mean it's a thing. Depends on where you live. I really don't live in an environment where it's so freaking cold. And plus, you have to get to that carry gun anyway. And again, as a big dude, I'm running hot all the time, so I really don't rock a big winter coat, even in the winter. But I don't go for long walks in the winter either. So,
For me, I think the I can understand wanting the smaller trigger guard, and I don't really care. It's like very low on my list of giving a shit about. It's not even. I
hmm
don't think it would be a priority. I guess there could be some really weird trigger guards, or trigger guard triggers. Like a sky is very difficult for me to shoot again because the doesn't give you
hmm
enough room for it to reset with my fat finger in there. But
hmm
aside from those kind of issues, and these small guns could, but I'm guessing that they've engineered that out of there. Like they want to have fat people and skinny people buying their guns, so I'm sure they've done testing to figure out the ratios. But I do think there's a difference when you get this like little knobby thing on here, where some people hate that, and I personally think it looks cool, but I understand
hmm
that it makes people stick their finger out there, and that's kind of dumb. I think for just about everything. There must be some reason to stick your finger out there, but for most things, it's kind of dumb. But I
Looks
just
kind of
think
CZ.
looks
Looks like
like
the CZP07. Looks like CZ's. Looks like the CZ P10 compact. They have a big one like that. Also the P07, P09.
like back in the day. We grew up with most every trigger guard looked like this. So these were like
Mm-hmm.
some of the more aggressive like military guns had them. So that's why I guess I ended up ingraining on them.
Yep.
But you could take them or leave them. I could see where this gets to be annoying for like if you're carrying it, that's just an extra thing to jab you maybe. But and then for like a holster, it's just maybe a little bit extra work, but maybe it's not even anything. But otherwise, I don't know what else to complain or to feature about these things. You brought up optics, and that's what I was going to say. At least they're small enough to not have optics, but a lot of times they'll either
Yep.
have something where the rear sight comes out and turns into an optics plate, or like you said, just another model that has optics or is optics ready, I guess.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm against optics. I think they're a fad, and I'm not even kidding. Like I think that right now we're definitely seeing a push. Everybody likes them, but most people are just carrying their guns around. I think once there's a couple of realities where your gun goes out of battery or just a bunch of mud or debris or something gets in there and it makes your gun essentially useless, people are going to go, I liked them I liked them up until that one incident. Now I'm a little skeptical, and I think I don't know. I'm trying to think of something else. Not really I can't think of too many calibers, but I think it'll be one of those things where some people really like it and then other people won't even consider it. But I think it'll be less of an issue in the
I
coming
think
years.
I think we're where we're at. I think the optic will be exactly like you said. Some people go for it, some people won't. I have a few opinions on it. As far as an optic goes, on a duty gun, probably fine. It's in a holster. It's covered up for the most part, or it's out. You can have one of the big square body ones that are enclosed, so they, nothing's going to catch in there. I mean, mud can goop up your regular sights too. Uh, but when I look at people who carry, I'll go, okay, you carry a gun. You already got the smaller size gun. You went down from your duty size Glock 17 or Glock 19 to a Glock 42 or Glock 43. Now you put a flashlight on it and you put an optic on it, and now it's just as thin as it was, but it's wider and it's heavier. And are you even going to use that up to the potential that you do? Because I understand where you're coming from, but most civilian shooting happen at close enough range that shooting intuitive, i.e., putting metal over meat and pulling the trigger, gets the job done for the most part. How precise is civilian shooting? Civilian self defense, and I get it, totally do. But a lot of people also have stigmatism, and people don't take classes to learn how to actually run the dot effectively. So now you just pulled it out and you're within 5 yards of someone where you don't really need the dot. And now you're fishing for the dot because you never really took a class and you never really practiced and you never put yourself under a stressor. So you don't even know how fast your draw to first shot accurately using the dot is. A lot of stuff comes in when you could have just saved the money, took a class with the $200 you spent on the dot by taking the iron sighted class and actually learned good habits and shoot better.
Yeah, exactly. So that's awesome. I'm gonna use a bunch of that. I'm gonna steal a bunch of that when I rag on optics. And then
But
I think there's the
hey,
effect.
use it.
There's the
Yeah, go
effect
ahead.
of I bought this optic, so why do I need to do a bunch of dry fire? Like it's easy
Yeah,
now. Like I bought this thing so I don't have to do all that.
yep. So I put it there as it's a great option if you're going to use the option, but you still need to have marksmanship fundamentals down. There's no shortcut. I want to get an optic because I want to learn that side of it. Just like when I got flashlights and a weapons mounted light, and I wanted to learn how to use a weapons mounted light and how to use a handheld flashlight in a self defense scenario. I wanted to learn it. I wanted to learn it and put it on a rifle, so I took a rifle class with a flashlight on it. These are things I wanted to learn, and that's what I'll do with an optic. And luckily, between handguns and optics, I can get into the entire thing for probably about $350 and get a decent optic and a decent handgun and learn these in a class. Where before it was a heck of a lot more than that. The optic alone was like $700 for a Trigicon. You know what I mean? And then you had to put it on top of your $600 or $700 Glock. That was a lot more money. And didn't really make sense to me. Oh yeah, and let's throw in, you had to use the Surefire X300, which is another $300. That's a lot of damn money to put into something to look like everybody else and not know if you're going to use it. But now we're down to the point that we got good flashlights from Streamlight. We have flashlights from Nightstick that use the same holsters. We have optics from places like Gideon. We have optics from Attaball, and we have optics from Primary Arms that are in the like $200 level. So we can do all of that and not break the bank and actually learn. Well, all right, I bought this handgun for $300. I put a $150 red dot on it, and I took a class. Yeah, all right, cool. I really don't like the red dot, so I take it off, and I'm what out of $150. I'll sell it online. I'll sell it for $100, and I'll consider it. I rented a freaking optic for $50. Lesson learned, and I go back to iron sights. I don't say there's anything wrong with learning about this. I don't think this is a fad. I think it's just an option. People still use iron sights on rifles. People also use variable optics on rifles. People also use red dots on rifles. Just depends on you and what you got and why you got it. A lot of people dumb it down. I mean, retro ARs are a big thing now. The carry handle gang, hey, they're using just irons, and that's cool too. I'm one of those. I have a thing set up. I have an AR set up, iron sights, flashlight, sling. Doesn't cost a lot of money and can run the hell out of it. I also have a AR with a red dot on it, and I have an AR with a variable power scope on it. It is what it is. I figured out what I like, what I don't like, and I'm pretty much competent with all of them, except the variable. I'm learning that still.
I think that I don't know. At some point, if I ever start shooting again, I'll probably get some kind of an optic. I've used them before, but EOTech, not EOTech. What are those little things called?
What?
Surefires. No,
Holliston?
not Surefires.
Surefire?
No.
Aim point?
EOTech, aim point. Thank you. The little aim point micros. Everybody had aim point micros on their stuff. So for
Yep.
me, those things, I don't know what they cost because I didn't buy them. But every time I borrow somebody's rifle, which was any time we went shooting, I could borrow somebody's rifle. Say that 3 or 4, I would just grab one. So I've shot through a lot of different of those. And all the other ones, I guess. But most of my friends had fancy stuff or they had issue stuff, so it was fancy. And
Yep.
they're great and everything. But unless you're using them all the time, then it's just a thing to have to get used to. Just like anything, if you have to get used to 2 things, it's different than getting used to one. But it can be done for sure. It's not like it's impossible. It just might take you a little bit more ammo or something. But either way, I was going to say if I got something, it would definitely have to be gifted to me because I have no interest in like putting forth energy to buy one or anything. But if somebody did give me one or something, I would probably be interested in like I'm thinking of a what do they call that when there's just a bunch of like 5 plates in a row? I forgot the name of that. Where it's
Steel challenge, yeah.
Where it's like they do
Steel
that in the clock
challenge.
matches. But
Yep.
specifically the one where those plates all standing next to each other and you just have to hit one bang, 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 bang. Like that would probably be really good for a red dot because it's all about acquiring targets on the move. And then maybe doing something where you set up like a whole bunch of targets on a bay, like steel, so that you could just ding, 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 or shoot a bunch of like what do they call them things? Bowling pins over or something like that. For that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
like action shooting, I think they might be fun. But big
I'll
look
be
be
doing
like
that next weekend.
what do you call them? Night sights or excess sight? No, excess, right? Excess big dots were
Yeah.
essentially the same way when I first was able to shoot them on different platforms besides pistols on rifles, then it was kind of the same way. You just sort of put your dot on the steel and pull the trigger. You don't have to spend as much time focusing or aiming, I guess, focusing on that small sight.
Yeah, so I'll be doing that next weekend. It's called Steel Challenge, and I'll be shooting that next weekend. 22 Steel Challenge for
I
the
wish that
first
would
time.
catch on in more places because I have only done. I don't know if I've ever actually done an official steel challenge, but I've done steel things. Here's Arizona at a place we had a lot of steel, so there would be different matches that were steel instead of paper. And steel challenge is just a little bit more. It's like a sport, right? Like it's an actual set of rules and everything. I don't think I've ever done that, but I think it's the same. Where essentially there's no taping, and that is such a difference. Like I don't know how many people have done competition shooting, but it's just kind of annoying when you go somewhere and there's the people that tape, and then there's the people that never tape. I should say there's the people
Yeah.
that they love taping, and then there's the people that'll never tape. And I'm in the middle. I'll tape after myself, and if it's taken forever, I'll go help tape or something. Like if everybody's
Hmm.
dragging ass or something, like. But I don't like the people where you're on like a team or something where there's like 7 people who will never tape. And it's like, seriously, you're all going to be satisfied with us dragging ass here while that guy is the only guy taping and that guy's keeping score and he's having to tape? Like, these aren't your servants. Like, come on. So when you're at a steel match, like, none of that happens. And I only say that because I'm picky or whatever. And I had shot one time with a guy who's like, I'm bringing my little Mac 10 out. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. We're on the team with the guy with the Mac 10 until there was taping involved. And it was like, okay, it was kind of unnecessary. You have to pull that many rounds off this kind of guy. Like, we're sitting there taping for like a half an hour. But
I just looked it up. I'll be action shooting Friday using my Glock 19. I'll be action shooting Friday, and then Saturday is the New Jersey State Steel Challenge Championship. So obviously, I'm not going to be doing that. I ain't going to that shit. I mean, I can get my ass kicked by regular guys. I ain't going to get my ass kicked by people just trying to get the state championship.
I have competed in one state match. Not because I
Hmm.
thought it was so good or whatever. I just wanted to compete. I was competing at the time, and I could, and I decided to try and everything. I wasn't even in the middle. I
Yeah.
think I was in the lower middle, but I did better than people with like broken arms and people that had never done it before. But
Yeah.
I just always thought of it too, like I'm too good to go as a sport, so I just go to enhance my training, so that way I never had to
Yeah.
pay attention to the score. But I also really didn't pay attention to the score. Like there's a lot of stuff going on that I'm aware of, but I would kind of figure out where the line was between safety and what they would get mad at me for not paying attention to, and then I would just ignore a lot of the other stuff. Not that I would do stages wrong or anything, but I wasn't gaming it. I know a lot of people get on my shit. I just posted a thing about that the other day, and some people can't handle it when I say you can game a sport. They're like, it is a sport. I'm like, I don't care. Like, you can still game it. Like, people play golf
Yeah.
differently. People play baseball differently, and some people just go out there to swing a bat around, and other people are like worried about their batting percentage or some shit. Like, and then some people are gonna like really take it seriously, and other people are just there to fuck off. It's like something like bowling or whatever. And then for me, I was
Yep.
training a lot, so I wanted to train my gear. Like maybe I'm going to wear different holsters, or maybe I'm going to use this
Hmm.
different gun. And I wasn't doing it for YouTube videos as much as like I just kind of like to know. I was going to the shop and I was recommending stuff to people, and it was cheap for a while there. It was actually we've had off and on. I shouldn't say like it's always been cheap, but there's been eras of cheap ammo, and I just happened to
Yep.
be shooting through a couple of those, or in my shooting years or whatever, there are a couple of those. And anyway, so I really enjoyed going to matches and just doing my own thing. Plus I wasn't the only one doing that. There was like 3 or 4 of us. Sometimes we'd have our own, whatever it's called, like a group or whatever, where
Hmm.
we were keeping up with everybody. We weren't slowing anybody down, but we were all going to lose. Like none of us cared. If I think one of the funnest ones, because I only do IDPA, so it's more in my from what I understand, IDPA is more realistic scenarios and less like
Yeah.
gaming scenarios. So one of them was you're in the bathroom with your hands in the sink, and they literally had a bowl of water, so our hands were in water. And this is out in Tucson, so it's out in the desert. But there's a
Hmm.
table sitting there, and they had a bunch of water, so they're just pouring water in this bowl. So your hands are in the water. That's how the stage starts, and then they had like some things walled off to be stalls, and I can't remember if that was important or not. Maybe some of the stages you started in a stall or something, but anyway, this one started with you at the sink, so you're back to the door, and somebody comes in the door and is somehow engaging you. And the way that it was it's not like people, so it's paper targets, but essentially you had to turn around with wet hands, and
Hmm.
I think in whatever it was, you had to have a cover garment. So now you have to get your vest out of the way and then get to your gun and whatever. So anyway, I just thought that
Yep.
was a lot more fun to just do as like, let's see if I can be competent in this. And I'm not worried about if I can do it fast or if I can do it with the best accuracy so I get a good score. Honestly, I don't even remember
Yep.
how your score was in that, but we weren't even concerned. We were just making sure we weren't going to get kicked out for
Yeah.
some
You
of
don't want to
the
DQ.
stuff. Yeah, like not holstering right. Like some things we had to do, like as far as not reholstering, but reloading. Like we couldn't just reload in the middle of nowhere. We were supposed to be behind cover, and it's just some rule of the the group we were with. So it's like, okay, I think in reality I'd probably just be reloading as I'm running, but I'll wait and reload behind the cover for you. Because I figured it took me a while, but after a while I figured whenever there's a rule that I don't agree with, it's an opportunity for you to conform to something that you wouldn't normally do. So it's just another way to train. It's like, okay, I didn't want there to be a pole in this room holding the ceiling up, but guess what? There's a pole in this room holding the ceiling up. So now I'm going to have to work around it, right? So if somebody makes up a dumbass rule, you can huff and puff and decide not to shoot, or you're like, okay, it's that pole in the room. Let's work around it.
And that's how I look at it. Because they have outlaw matches, so that's what I'm a part of. This is what the 22 match. It's not this weekend for the 22. It's going to be weekend after this one coming up. It's an outlaw match, so cool. I don't have to have all the rules for IDPA. You know what I mean? We can do a little stuff because I am not running. I am not trying to be a IDPA master. I just want to run under a timer, under a stressor, my carry gun, and you have a scoring system. Well, I'm trying to beat me. That's it. I'm trying to beat my score from last time. That's all I'm doing. And if I get to brag and mess around and talk smack with friends there, even better. But I'm not there to really beat them. But we talk crap to each other. I have been running my 19, and I had some issues. I used someone else's mags, and every mag I had like three jams on a time stage. I'm like, yo, what the heck is going on? My damn carry gun. So I got home, I stripped it down, I cleaned it, and then when I ran it 2 weeks ago, I only had one stoppage, which I didn't like because it locked open on the mag with rounds still in it. But that was the only thing that had happened, and that could have been me pushing up on it. I don't know what it was, but it didn't happen again. So that's how I run it. Don't be mad at me because I don't take it as serious as you. Cool, champ. Run it however you want. Run it with a drop leg holster. Run it with a freaking $300 competition belt with all of your mags being held by magnets on your belt. That's you. Mine in my back pocket. That's how I run mine. So yeah, we just talked about different things. I kind of dig this show. I'm glad I'm glad I'm chilling in the parking lot of a KFC, staring at the parking lot of a Burger King.
I was just thinking that we've been chatting. I got to get used to it. We're on the 2-hour mark, so we've been chatting for a while. Woods put up the hashtag from BaconBit, which is our co-host, who I now have back in his co-host position. He had been kicked to the curb by a bunch of shit I was reviewing for a few months, but he's back. So thanks
Nice.
for everybody that is a champion of the co-hosts of the shows. But you guys had actually quite a bit of conversation about the Rugers out there, and I don't know if there's anything for us to add other than Crab. Well, to their conversation, I guess. But Krabby had asked earlier, and this is something you might know. Isn't that Ruger designed for those with rack and the slide strength issues? And that's what I was wondering. Like, do they are there modern mini semis that deal with the strong springs that we used to have in the past?
Yeah. One of the things they have is a Smith and Wesson. Hold on. Smith and Wesson.
M&P probably. Oh, he's cut out. I think it happens when his one screen goes off. Are you guys hearing him? Oh, he's gone. Hopefully his internet's still good, or his phone is still good. Can you all hear when it says that? My robot now informs me verbally when somebody's coming into the chat. Maybe that's
Oh, really?
Well,
That's
you heard
funny.
it before. It goes, Tony from 204A4E Diversity Shoot is entering the chat. Like, just you could the other
um,
one would just go beep, like, and you'd know somebody was in there.
yeah, the Smith and Wesson Shield EZ. That is set up for people with hand grip issues.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
that that's one of the modern ones. Also, I mean, depends on your hand grip issues. The HKVP9, they have little wings on the back of the slide that you can catch your fingers on and rack them. And also, almost anything with a red dot, if you put the red dot in well, you can rack it off of that. Some people say don't do it because of the screws. I'm like, how hard are you racking the damn thing, dog? Because I watched Aaron Cowan beat red dots into a piece of wood to rack it.
Really? Well, I guess it's
That's that.
encouraging to know people are, what do you call, like, torture testing
Hmm.
the dots on top. Because if they shear off, that's even worse. I mean, I'm assuming,
Yep.
just by being there, they're going to knock things out of battery all the time, if not mess up the. I mean, it's asking a lot for a gun to be little, and then you're saying sometimes I want the slide to weigh this much, and sometimes I want the slide to weigh that much. So that's asking a lot out of a modern little gun. So I hope people appreciate the engineering there. Like I say, like sometimes
So
there's a bunch of weight up there, and sometimes there ain't, but it still works all the time.
so I looked into what the bunch of weight is because I have the same discussion that we just had talking about how big do you make your little gun. Some of these red dots pretty much weigh around the 2.5 to 4 ounces. So, and especially if it's already designed for it, I'm feeling you may be fine. That's not that much weight. And then you throw on the flashlight underneath, and again, depends on the size of that flashlight. We're talking about another 3 to 4 ounces. But to me, I'm like, you just added 7 ounces to your gun, bro.
Well,
It's
yeah, I
like,
mean, that is a lot when the gun only weighs a certain amount.
yeah, you have a 22-ounce gun and you just add 7 more ounces to it. Now, I'm not saying that's huge because a full size Glock 17 is about that much. But you did go from a very small footprint to a much larger footprint with stuff. You got a bigger holster now. And also, especially if you're using a compact, who makes a compact holster for something that's a Glock, a small subcompact Glock size that takes a light and a red dot? Even the holster makers are like, yo, Chief, make up your effing mind. Do you want a small concealed gun or do you want all these options? And people are getting them, and I'm cool with it. Do you? But practice with your gun. And I think what a lot of people are going to find out is these little guns with all that stuff on it, that's a lot of stuff in a compact area that your hands also have to go in. Shoot your guns. When you put your stuff on it, shoot your guns.
Yeah, that being said, like, I think they're a fad, but I don't think people are going to stop shooting. They're just going to keep buying guns around all that stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, and I understand what Woods is saying because I look at it this way. Figure out how far you can shoot accurately with your gun because a man's got to know its limitations. I'm not going to have to use my gun. Okay, bro, how's this? Nut job. You're in the middle of the aisle at your
Yes.
favorite grocery
Sit down. Oh, sorry.
store. There you go.
You're back.
See me. Okay. Yeah. How far is the aisle at your grocery store if you carry your self defense gun? Because you only ran to the store to get eggs, but now someone's pointing a gun at somebody else at the end of the aisle. Like you have the opportunity to take the shot. How close do you need to be? It's something you need to know. Like, can I shoot from halfway down the aisle and actually hit this guy? He's not facing me, but he's pointing the gun at somebody else. Do I take the shot? He's pointing the gun at a family member. My whole thing is just to be aware of how far you can shoot. Carry whatever size firearm you own, but understand your limitations with that gun. That if you know you have to close in closer because you can't hit a man-sized target or hit someone effectively to stop them. You know what I mean? With a one shot stop.
All right, here's the
Be
problem. When
aware.
you're talking about a grocery store, practically,
Hmm.
like realistically, that person's
Hmm.
going to be standing like near, probably under, maybe like a giant thing of nacho cheese, or maybe like some detergent that's going to be super slippery, or some cooking oil. And it doesn't matter what caliber you got. If you can pop a hole into whatever that giant container is, now it's pouring down on them like they're getting showered in vegetable oil or laundry soap, and now they're slipping all over the place like some kind of comedy movie. So you can effectively, deter the whole situation with the well placed micro caliber, like a 9 millimeter.
Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, you can put him in P Diddy mode, shoot the baby on him, and now
Now
he's
slipping
slipping
and
and
sliding.
sliding.
Let's
I
see.
totally get it, man. But it really comes down to shoot your thing, know your thing, and have fun. I mean, again, because everything doesn't have to be apocalypse guns.
I
And
hope not.
having a micro pistol on you that you can shoot is better than a bigger gun that you leave at home because you can't carry it.
I wonder if that's going to be a thing because back in the day, in let's say the 90s or the 80s, I don't want to get into too much of a tangent. We're past the 2 hour mark technically now. So we talked about wrapping it up here. But makes me wonder, I guess. Back in the day when people started to carry, I don't think it was out of fear. At least most people. I think it was because we could and we wanted to. It was like an insurance policy. You don't buy insurance because you want to. You buy it because it's a smart thing to do. It's like practical. And if there was the whole like you need it, you don't want to need a gun. You'd rather have a gun and not need it than need it and not have it. So I think a lot of people carried practically for that reason. The reasons that you have a fire extinguisher, not because you're afraid of fire or because you're prone to fire, but because if a fire happens, the only thing that's effective is a fire extinguisher immediately. So that's different, right? If I'm expressing that right, that's different back in the first wave. I'm going to call it the first wave of CCW because there was the actual first wave was probably back in the olden days, and then there was the cowboy days, and then there was like the 80s when Florida got concealed carry. But the modern people from like the 2000s getting into concealed carry, it was like I say, it was because they could type of thing, because they should. But then you get to COVID and all that bullshit, and we say COVID, but reality, the year before or more, maybe essentially the whole Trump presidency, really, if you think about it, there
Mhm.
was weird shit happening that was used to, it was exploited to create fear and division, right? A lot of it was riots or issues or social movements or just the be afraid of, look what they're doing to schools, like whatever they wanted to divide people that started getting kind of violent. And I think a lot of people were buying their firearms due to concern or fear or whatever you want to call like reaction to that news, that divisional news. And I think that's just a different impulse or different reason to buy a gun than, or to carry a gun, I should say, more than just buy a gun, but to like carry a gun. So I guess why was I bringing that up? To say, do you agree there's like a difference in concealed carriers from like that first wave to like this more modern second wave? And I guess I was going to follow up with then, do those people who are buying it out of concern, are they like doing it because it's like, well, I got all the time in the world, so let's make the best decision? Or is it like, I want to do this sooner than later? Tell me which of the four in front of me I should buy. Once I've made this decision, I'm going back to my life, and this will be a decision I've made in the past. Like, this isn't my hobby or anything. Like, is there that difference between eras
Oh,
of seeing
dude, it
it?
is okay. Okay, because I'm forever old now that I'm being told that. Um, I've watched it change because I started carrying in '93, and I started carrying in '93 because of my job. I lived in Jersey. We had a crime rate that was going through the roof in '94. I moved up here in November in '93, and by '94, Camden, New Jersey was one of the leaders of freaking just death by firearm uh, because of violent crime. Not some bull crap, you know what I mean? Political thing. It was violent crime that was happening, and that's why I started carrying in 1911. Most people didn't. Most people didn't carry. This is just bad. Don't go to bad neighborhoods. Well, my job is a locksmith. I'm to go to the neighborhood that has the locked door, the locked car, the domestic violence victim, or the break in. So don't go to stupid places with stupid people with stupid times. So that was pretty much my job. So that's why I was carrying. And when I talked to other people, most people did not carry at all. and it really was people that had jobs like mine or lived in bad neighborhoods or actually were paying attention because crime was going down, but it wasn't there yet, especially if they lived through the 80s, in like places like DC or places like New York City. So it was really people that were ahead of the curve or had jobs that required it. So that's what was then. Now I live in Jersey. We just got carried, and there's a whole bunch of people because of the divisiveness and because of the mostly peaceful protests and because of the defund police. They're fear based purchasing their pistol, but I don't even think it's fear based. I think it's practicality. They were awakened. They came to realize that they're their own first responders because of the situation that happened in that time frame. So that's a lot of those. The funny thing is, 2020, 2021 was when all that was happening. Now that that's slowed down, people are lulled into that whole false sense of security again. I was amazed at how quickly it happened. Oh, yeah, that doesn't happen. I'm like, it happened 2 years ago. What, you forget that already? You forget that you were scared. You forget the police told you they weren't coming out. It's really amazing how fast that got shut down. But there's still people out there that want to be armed because of the realities of 2020, 2021. So I think that's the thing. I think a lot of people just want to get it because they can, because we have it now in 29 states. I think we have concealed carry that's legal, and just
believe
people are
so.
out there that want to get it. Yeah, and I don't fault them. I'm one of them. I was the one that got my Utah, Florida, and now I'm going to go after my New York, and I'm going to get the Pennsylvania just to have it. One of the things I'm blessed because I have people that I work with at ranges, so I won't have to pay full price for these classes, but I still have to pay for the fees, the same fees.
I was going to say the state
But
isn't going to bypass any fees for you.
yeah, they're not going to stop any fees for me. But for
Or if you
me,
got to
it
travel,
just,
sometimes you have to travel to their state or somewhere to pick up the thing or to sign up for something or sign something. Like sometimes they're dicks about that.
yeah, I know. And that's why I'd rather, I mean, there's, what do you call that? Reciprocity. But I'd rather just have the New York license and not worry about the reciprocity or somebody wants to play a stupid game because you can't trust prosecutors because many of them are just political animals. So I'd rather have a New York concealed carry if I have to use something because I've been to New York for Friends of the NRA to actually help support them. I've been to Florida, obviously, for training. I've been to Atlanta. I mean, I've traveled. So I'd rather have a concealed carry permit for those places, and also it kind of helps when I discuss stuff on shows like this or other podcasts to actually know what the hell I'm talking about if I've been to the States before or if I've taken more than one concealed carry class. So it helps me out. So yeah, people are taking it. Some of them are collecting them like or, what do you call it? Uh, Matchbox cars. Collect them, race them.
Collecting diploma,
Dang it, you dropped off.
connect or collecting diplomas.
Yeah, just like some people collect, class diplomas. Some people collect concealed carries. And some of it's practical. I see somebody who's talking about teachers, bro. If teachers haven't learned they're on their own yet, after Uvalde, you really need to think about it. You're an adult. I understand there's laws involved, and you could get fired. Teachers, realtors are another one. If you're not carrying as a realtor and you're meeting people you've never met before in empty homes, sometimes in the middle of nowhere, you're depending on the goodness of others a little too much. And maybe it's because I work in a prison, but there are some horrible human beings out there. When people ask me, how do you go to a place that has all these criminals? I'm like, well, at least I know what they are. Before they got arrested and convicted, you lived next to them and didn't know what they are.
That's how I feel about 9mm shooters. I know they're out there. I'm probably talking to
Oh, dude. So speaking of the 9mm thing, I was listening to Matt over at Guns Geeks. What is Matt's thing?
Oh, you talking about Matt from Never Enough Ammo? Guns and
Yeah, Never
Geeks.
Enough Ammo. Yeah, I was conflating the name of his podcast with his name. Yeah, Matt from Never Enough Ammo. And he came on talking smack the other day and started off with F people from New Jersey, and that was the beginning of his show. And of
Oh,
course,
nice.
I happen to be yeah, I have. He was going through some stuff with work and had to deal with people from Jersey. And then he went into how 40 cal is just useless and it's gonna disappear. And I'm like, bro, 32 ACP hasn't disappeared. 357 SIG hasn't disappeared. 44 Special hasn't disappeared. All this stuff is going to be 4440 is still around. No, 40 is going to be here. And I think one of the cool things about 40 still being here is there's a lot of police trade-in Glocks and Smith and Wessons, and that allows you to again buy a quality handgun in 40. Have that access because 40 doesn't disappear as quick as 9 and 45 and everything else that runs off the shelf during a ammo apocalypse. 40 will still be there. And with a barrel swap, you can get that ubiquitous 9mm everybody's so in love with. And I'm like, that's just to me a practical purchase. And some people don't want to buy it, but because many manufacturers don't make 40 anymore. But I laugh openly at them because they make 10mm, and most 10mm commercial loads are loaded to 40 ballistics because most people can't really handle real 10mm.
What can we call those fad calibers?
What 10 mil 40 Smith and Wesson?
Yeah, all the ones you mentioned, really. They all had a
Oh,
reason. I mean, I'm going to call 40
hmm
or 30 carbine in there, and some of the other, like, some of them that aren't, there's only like 8 real calibers, and then everybody else is, fighting for the next
yeah,
contender, but
but,
they haven't knocked anybody out.
but those things had their space. I mean, 60% of the freaking guns issued to police in America at one time were 40, if not more than that. With 40 caliber across the board for 2.5 to 3 decades. So let's not act as if 40 stopped doing something. 9mm started doing what 40 did, just better. So it's almost as good as 40 when it comes to
Yeah.
penetration and expansion,
All they
but
did is
still
come up
not
with
there.
those 127s or whatever they are, or 147, whatever. They came up with some sweet load
Mm-hmm.
for 9 that made 9
Yep.
kind of like 40, but you could shoot it in your old 9, and everybody went dollar signs. Oh, we already have the 9s, and
Mm-hmm.
we don't want to have to buy 40s. And yeah, let's just retro to that other ammo. So I don't think
Yeah.
it was much it outperformed as much as it was good enough. And a bunch of
Good
people didn't
enough.
have any incentive to go to 40 in the first place, or were sick of 40 or whatever. But yeah, 40 didn't have like any kind of love lost, or nobody
And
cared
by the
about.
way, let's stop bullcrapping because they always compare the latest, greatest 9mm to the standard 40 self defense ammo.
Good point.
And
Yeah,
I'm like, well, that's cute, but everybody doesn't buy the latest, greatest 9mm ammo. They still rocking, the cheapest one they can buy from Seller and Bellet, or they still have some old school, golden sabers that were 115 grain that they picked up on sale from Cabela's when the 148s came out. I'm like, so stop lying. Understand that most of y'all couldn't shoot 40s because it recoiled a lot and you never learned recoil mitigation. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because most people talk about shooting more than they actually shoot. And law enforcement, because
no,
these
that's
are
a
the other
super good
people that,
point too. In the 90s, really, when 40 came around, right, and then in the early 2000s, when 40 was getting its shit and getting out
Mhm,
of favor, people weren't going to classes, and it wasn't people going to classes that were having a problem with 9. It was people going to
mhm,
competitions that were either shooting the shit out of it and hurting their hands, didn't need the power, or
mhm.
people that were just like you say, farting around and just didn't like paying for it.
Yep. So it was that. And now when we talk about, I'm like, my 40 using the self defense ammo that I picked up will still outrock your 9. We'll still get more penetration. We'll still open up more in gel because we're talking about testing and not self. I'm like, chooses to use 9 because it's easier to shoot, it's easier recoil, it's less money for the departments to spend. And again, most cops don't shoot for crap. They shoot their 50 to 100 rounds a year, once or twice a year, and that's it. But those are the ones they listen to complain. It's hard to shoot. Well, if you only shot 100 rounds a year, everything is hard to shoot accurately and up to a standard.
I mean, aside from all the political issues that people have with police or whatever, just generically, I'm glad we live in a country where the police really don't need to put that much effort into shooting. Sure, there's precincts or departments or something that have more issues than others for sure. But as this thing goes, most police aren't pulling their guns hardly ever, like in an entire career. And there's a lot of countries that you can't say that, right? Like, so it's we're nitpicking at the fringes, but it is crumbs compared to some countries. To really deal
let's go ahead and put it out there, though, bro. Let's put it out there because of what I do. I'd like police to shoot better. I'd like it to have better standards because I don't know if most people even remember this. During what's that little short asshole's name? Bloomberg was the mayor of New York. He was the mayor of New York and he was anti-gun. Well, during that time, damn, I wish I remember the year, but I still remember it. It was a shooting at the Empire State Building. Now, I remember it for a totally different reason than most people, but there was a shooting at the Empire State Building. A guy got fired, waited a year to come back and kill his boss. His boss was coming into work at one of the entrances. This guy dressed up in a suit with a little attaché case, you know, one of the leather bags, not a case, but a leather bag you stick your hand in. Follows his boss in. His boss never sees him. The guy pulls out a handgun and shoots his boss in the back of the head, drops the gun back in the bag, and just walks off. He's just another dude in a business suit running down the street in New York City. Well, he did it in front of 2 construction workers. One construction worker followed him, and the other construction worker ran inside because they always have cops at the Empire State Building. Ran inside, got the police, and said, "Hey, we just saw a guy kill a guy outside. He's wearing this, and this, and my partner's following him." And of course, being construction workers, you follow the dude with the yellow hat on and the freaking reflective vest. So New York PD did that. It was 2 or 3 cops. They saw the guy. They followed the guy. All this is on camera because you can see it going around the side of the building on security camera. They approached the guy behind him, maybe 2 arm lengths, and instead of tackling him and knocking him down and knocking a briefcase out of his hand, both of them draw guns and say freeze. Of course, the guy reaches into his bag and gets off the X. The cops open fire. They shot 9 bystanders. The police. He never got a round off. They killed him. The 2 cops shot 9 bystanders. So yeah, police rarely have to use a gun, but I really want them to be better than shooting 9 people on a sidewalk. That's how, in my opinion, yeah, you need to be better as a cop. You have a tool in your belt that once you start pulling the trigger, those rounds go down range mark to whom it may concern. You have to get the address right. You have to be good with it. And yeah, it was ridiculous. I still remember that one because, again, working in corrections, working with guys that put their hands on people, 2 cops should have been able to tackle that guy unaware and separate him from his firearm. They really, in my opinion, again, working with corrections, 2 corrections officers would have tackled that guy. He would have been handcuffed on the sidewalk before he knew he'd even got knocked down because of institutional knowledge and how they work. You know what I mean? How different law enforcement works.
I just know this from listening to Maj, one of his things the other day. It was an interview thing, so I think it was that interview that he brought out a SIRT pistol and it got taken off air and he was reposting it. But I think in that one he brought up how many police the New York Police Department has. Do you know?
50,000, I think, off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's like tens of thousands. I don't remember. Something like that, though. Because at first he was like 8,000, and they were like, wow, that's a lot. And he's like, let me look that up because I think I'm wrong. And he's like, yep, I'm wrong. And it was some like tens of thousands. So essentially, I mean, it's definitely the largest police in the United States, but probably contending for the world as far as largest police forces. And I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to excuse nothing. I'm just saying, like, there's probably a ton of New York police that never
Mm-hmm.
need to go near their gun is all I'm saying. Like their
Yep.
whole job is to like, I'm just assuming because I've seen a lot of movies, so I know what it's like in New York. But like all those
Yeah.
pizza places and shit, if they're getting shaken down, like some cop
Mm-hmm.
has to go in there and buy a cup of coffee and get in the gunfight. Well, except no, not a gunfight, but he'd go in there and call somebody else to have a gunfight, call a SWAT team or something. But you know what I mean? Like they're probably just walking around doing cop stuff, like bickering and family disputes and
Yep.
shit. I mean, I'm just guessing that
100%.
most because New York isn't known for like, except for gangs and shit, obviously. But aside, people in New York don't run around shooting each other, from what I understand. So I'm guessing the cops don't really need to do that too much, and it wouldn't work. Like it's just like any giant city. How could it work if everyone was running around having gunfights? You'd have it
Exactly.
all locked down like RoboCop or something.
So my issue with that is you have a tool on your belt. You need to be able to use it. I'm sorry, but holding the same standards for the police department, actually higher standards for police in my mind, not in reality. In my head, you should be held to a higher standard than you do civilians that carry conceal. It would be 100% unacceptable for me as a civilian to accidentally shoot 9 other people trying to stop a bad guy. It would be 100% unacceptable. I don't care how awesome you are. Stephen Rilliford would have shot 9 churchgoers as he stopped the church shooter down in Texas. He wouldn't
Yes,
be a hero.
that's a good analogy. Yeah, it'd be a whole different situation.
Yep. So I'm like, yeah. Oh well, it's the because the reason I know it's 50,000, or at least it was because I've had this conversation before, was because I looked it up because someone was like, well, you know how expensive it would be to have cops shoot more than twice a year, and I'm like, it's not my effing problem. No one pays me to be good with my firearm. If you're carrying a life-saving tool, you should take it upon yourself. Sorry, and that's just where it is. You get paid just like we get paid, just like every recreational shooter or homeowner that has a firearm. When you spend your own money on your ammo and buy a range membership and do all that, you spend your money. Why can't the cop that carries it all day, and many of them act as if they're above the law because they can carry, or they don't worry about the law because they can carry, and they have qualified immunity and everything else. So I'm like, well, why aren't you good with this tool? Why are you missing a lot? Why haven't you trained yourself? And it comes even down to the fitness or even learning hand to hand and being good with it. Dude, it's a job to a lot of these dudes, not a calling. And they don't treat it as such. They treat it as a 9 to 5, and it's more than that because you have to put hands on people. You have to learn to talk to people. There's a whole lot of skills as a police officer that, to me, you should be developing outside of your regular job. But hey, that's why I'm not a cop.
I think it's Masada. You, it might have been Frontsight actually. So Frontsight usually kind of grabbed their curriculums from other sources. So I don't know, where it originated. I don't think there was too much at Frontsight that was original, but that might be the first time I seen the concept. But when you get to uh, like a defensive use of firearms type of class, in my opinion, the
Hmm.
to make it a reputable class, instead of just teaching you techniques and strategies and drills and stuff, they should also, to some extent, and every class is going to be different and have different emphasis or whatever, but to some extent they should talk about what happens after the incident. And
Hmm.
if you went to a class with a cop, it's going to be different than if you went to a class with a competitive shooter who's never been in court before. And that would be different than if you went to a class being hosted by a lawyer, right? Like everyone's going to have a different level of experience and expertise.
Hmm.
So with that or whatever, I remember hearing the idea that when you think about it from that element, like something has just happened where a firearm was used and you or somebody called the police and now they're on their way and it's imminent and they're about to show up and everybody's life is about to change here in a minute. So what do you do? And some classes would have you put the gun on the ground, some of them reholster. It depends on what kind of depth they're going to get into that or whatever. But the part that I found very few classes get into, and the first time I experienced it, like I said, I think was Front Sight, or else it was
Hmm.
Masada, but I really don't remember. But
Hmm.
the idea that, well, think about it from the police perspective now. A call comes in, a gun was used, we
Hmm.
need people there ASAP, as soon as possible, get there. Who is making that I'm coming, I'm on my way, like on the radio, and who's got the lights going and the siren and who's on the way, which cop, like what's that cop's mind like, what's going
Mm-hmm.
on with that cop, that they're the ones that are like, I'm on it. And then now the second cops that show up, the third cops
Mm-hmm.
that show up, because more than one cop's going to show up unless you're in the tiniest town ever, right? So as these
Yep.
cops show up, what level of experience, what level of, I don't know what to call that, but I mean, like, amped up, what level of calm, what level of, you know, action, and what level of reaction, I guess, So anyway, thinking of that, and I'm not saying there's an answer to that. I'm just saying, like, that concept of, like, think about it from that angle of, like, who's showing up. And then that can be um something to think about, like, do you expect those first cops to show up, in other words, to be the wise cops who think everything through?
Hey,
Let's put it that way.
I tell people this all the time because I see it. Who's going to show up? Is it going to be the diversity hire? And you can get mad if you want to, but let's not act like that doesn't exist. Is it going to be the person who only showed up because they were put on that job because it was the let's say the traffic detail to the construction thing because he was an incompetent idiot and screwed up all the time? But that's the closest one that's going to show up. The dude that nine times, I mean, pretty much is 50-50 whether he put the gun in the holster the right way in the morning when he came to work. It could be that guy. It could be the tactical Timmy that loves taking classes on his own, but he's really hyped up with a warrior mindset, which is not great for a freaking law enforcement officer. But he's ready to burn it all down, and he's got the
He's ready to solve
AR-15.
it.
Yeah, yeah, he's got the AR-15 with your effed on the freaking dust cover. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be that guy, or it could be the dude that's just doing his job, and you got the freaking coolest Andy Griffith freaking cop ever, who's gonna go in there with a freaking straight head and a mature
Wish.
attitude. Yeah, or you're gonna get the dude who just got into a domestic with his wife for the fifth time this month,
Oh
and he's
man,
coming straight from the house hating every woman ever, and
I
now
didn't think
you've got
about
to
that.
deal with it.
Yeah, I never even thought about that, but that is, or maybe somebody who's got some sort of an addiction issue, and yeah,
All
and
of that, dude.
some of them you don't get to choose. Some departments, some places you're next up in the rotation, you're going, so you're going to get luck of the draw. But anyway, just that concept of, like, there's different cops, are just like everything we described is a different cop showing up essentially. So it's not like you think
So
blah blah blah,
when
and
I
then the
hosted,
cops show up and it's in some kind of track like a railroad, and it's like, this is the way it's going to happen. Like, oh no, now you're just opening yourself up to a whole new random set of chaos.
so when of course we hosted our classes, my partner and we hosted our classes with I work for the Department of Corrections. So I had a friend who's a training officer at the Department of Corrections. He has his own training business also. And we all come from this particular point of view. You're not going to be in charge of the cop that shows up. So you, as the armed citizen, have to have your stuff together. You can't be falling apart. You practicing, it's incumbent upon you to get good with the firearm, understand the law, be a what does uh, wow, Carrera, John, say be a sober, sane, safe individual when it comes to firearms use. So, and be able to articulate why you had to use a firearm. Don't be so shut out yourself that you can't keep your stuff together because you may have any of those people I just named showing up, and you got to have at least enough calm in yourself to be able to explain what happened and why you did it to somebody that may not be the best cop to handle this. Because you got three or four people on the corner yelling, "I seen everything," but they only saw it after you pulled the trigger. I saw that guy shoot that guy. They didn't see the fact that the guy pulled a knife on you. All of that you have to deal with. So that's why, I mean, we went everywhere with this. But that's why it's important and incumbent upon us because we don't control any other situations. It's incumbent upon the armed citizen to actually take classes and to actually have gone there in your head in a self-defense scenario. That's why I think it's important to listen to the podcast I used to be on, self-defense gun stories, because you heard four different stories from four different people. I mean, four different stories with a self-defense instructor like myself, or the 7 others that actually used to co-host, and it gives you some idea that you can actually plan this in your head. Of you've heard of this before. It ain't your first rodeo if it happens, because you've heard these scenarios before, which is a lot better than some people. Because depend on your age, it's crazy what people assume their self-defense will be. Some of it is, 1970s, 1980s. It's a junkie in the alley with a broken glass bottle. 90s, it's a crackhead with a baseball bat. 2000s, it's like a gangbanger. As you go through different eras, there's different bad guys that people imagine. Well, the truth is, it can be all the above, including your drunk uncle who has a restraining order that came to beat your mom's sister at a family gathering, because we've actually had that. And it's like, well, what do you do? Do you draw a gun on your uncle who's about to kill your aunt? Well, yeah, I guess, but it gives you something to think about. I'm just saying it's incumbent upon us as responsible firearms owners to take our training seriously, because you can't expect the cops to even show up to supposedly be your rescuers to have taken their training seriously. I've seen it. I've talked to cops that don't. My partner was in class with cops that were taking a Glock armors course, that sat in the back of the classroom and joked until the actual instructor had to split law enforcement officers up to get them to stop bullcrapping in class, because tax dollars are paying for the class and they weren't taking it seriously. You don't know who's going to show up.
This thing keeps putting a thing like right in front of where the time is, and I can't get rid of the thing until it goes away. It's telling me I've been unmuted. 2:35. So I don't know how much time you got. Like, say you're sitting in a parking lot.
Yeah, we can bail out at 3 hours if you want.
Yeah, let's do it before then, because I was going to say I have to go to the mailbox, but I don't. I just double checking my text, and I don't think I do have to go to the mailbox. So, but Krabby had asked, what is this 357-44 Bain and Davis, and where can I shoot it? So I don't think I've ever even heard of it. So I looked it up, and the wiki tells. Do you know this one?
No.
The wiki says it's 357-44 Bain and Davis. It's from 1964. Keith Davis, a guy who worked at Bain and Davis in San Gabriel, California, wanted to get a improved velocity from 357, so he stuck it in a 44 Magnum case, necked it down to 357, and initially they put that in a Smith & Wesson Model 27. They modified those to accept the neck case, and they figured out that the pressure was good, but the brass would essentially mess up the revolver, right? Like, because that's the thing that can happen to a revolver. If the brass comes back and jams it up, then it's not turning, and you're good luck. Now you got to take it to a gunsmith. So they lock up and they lock up. That's the kind of thing that would make it lock up, is, playing with it. So, but they said that competitive silhouette shooters liked it throughout the 1970s. So it lasted those 6 years to be used by the 1970s. And then Ruger started making Blackhawks chambered in it. And then several barrels were made for the Thompson Contenders, the pistols that are single shot pistols. And because they're long, the Contenders don't care how long a cartridge is. So then they used them up until the article in Wikipedia here. And they say they have better ballistic performance than a Remington 357 Maximum. I have a couple of those samples in my bullet collection. They're just like really, really, really long 357s. And Hornady and RCBS make dies for it to make them. So it's essentially something you got to make out of 44 Magnum brass. So where you're going to shoot one, good luck. Like, seriously, probably never going to see a range have those. You're going to have to know somebody that's got them, or maybe, that would be neat. We see a lot of get-togethers where people shoot, but it's always new stuff, right? It's always like, here's what I got coming out this year, or this is a new way to use our other thing. We got new magazines for our main product or something, but it's, new manufacturers. How cool would it be to have a get-together where people just brought out the weird and unusual, or their collectible stuff, or the something like this that's kind of a one-off, specialty thing for competition silhouette shooters.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I mean that's cool and all, but you can build this yourself. But that's the only way you're gonna freaking get it. But if you want something hot that's kind of crazy, but you can find ammo and stuff for, go with 9 by 25 millimeter Dylan, which is a 10 millimeter neck down to 9 millimeter cartridge. Now all of a sudden you got something that's flying along with 800 foot-pounds. So let's say, well, I just looked it up on Wiki, but I knew about it. 125 grain doing 1,700 feet per second. Like that's hotter than a 357 Magnum right off top. Like much hotter, like 600 feet per second faster. So there's stuff out there, and you can pretty much do it with a 10 mil and a barrel. And so if you want crazy hot, yada yada, this is hilarious. So I mean, there's things you can do to shoot stuff like this, and there's
What's
also
that?
always. Go ahead, man.
Oh, no, sorry. I was muted. I was talking or whatever, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm muted.
Yeah,
I was changing
Wildcat
the subject.
cartridges. Yeah, Wildcat cartridges sound fun until you have to pay for them.
Well, they can be fun to shoot, especially if somebody's experiencing different things. Like maybe you've
Hmm.
never shot a contender or something, and that's a
Yep.
path to get into a contender. But practically, yeah. Like, well, unless you're super into reloading, I guess, and then even then, I don't know. There was the concern back in the day. If you're hand loading your own defensive rounds, then that's a concern. You can, because the
Hmm.
alternative is much more practical or smart. But it's 2024. I actually haven't done any kind of consensus to see. I'm sure all the attorneys have addressed it at some point, but I've never looked
Yeah.
around to listen to see what they all say nowadays. They might say the same thing, but they may have changed their mind. I don't know.
Actually, I have, and yeah, you're right. They still go. The alternative: don't do this to yourself because,
Just
and they
unnecessary.
bring up. Well, it's unnecessary because you're going to have a prosecutor that goes, "Oh, so you know more about defensive ammo than Winchester Federal." It's like, yeah, so you made super deadly ammo, and you just that's a landmine that you dug yourself, put it there, and then pounded the top of. You don't have to do that. Most self defense ammo is very effective. You don't have to load it. Load your practice ammo. Load your practice ammo to the same levels as your self defense ammo, but only use store bought commercial, not even boutique, commercial self defense ammo because you don't want to have to dig your way out of that hole. Because understand, the criminal case is one thing, but then there's a civil case that needs a lot less proof that you still need to win unless you want to be working for some scumbag's family the rest of your life.
What is it? One of them is the majority of the jury, or is it the entire jury? And the other one is 50% of the
Yep.
judge's opinion, or 51% of the judge's opinion.
Yeah, innocent or guilty is 100% with reasonable doubt kind of thing. But the other one is civil trials that go your way. Remember, OJ was innocent. He just lost a civil trial and became broke.
Um,
Wood said that's why I carry Full Metal Jacket. Uh, listen, Full Metal Jacket has put a whole bunch of people in the ground. Totally get it. But understand your training ammo FMJ is not hitting like military spec FMJ, Full Metal Jacket. There's a difference. Also, there's a difference in quality. There's a different load, like it's more random. Uh, the loads for self defense ammo and the loads for actual military ammo have certain specifications. So their feet per second won't be like 120 feet per second difference. A drop in point of impact. All that's different. Using your training ammo as self defense ammo is an option, but they're better options.
I've thought about it, or I've heard about it being described as the powders, for example. There's different types of powder. If everybody paid attention, there's like flake, there's ball, there's rods, right? They're physically different types of ammo. Cones, right?
Yep.
There's different shapes of the powder, and there's a reason for that. So the powder, how it, like, let's say how a bunch of cones are going to lay in there versus how a bunch of flakes are going to lay in there, and how much room they take up, and how the ignition happens through there. I don't know what to call it because it's not really is it an explosion? I don't know. It's like the burning,
Yes.
right? How it happens.
It's called deflagration. And yes, that's what happens when powder burns, not an explosion.
Right. Like, so that process though is regulated or calculated by part of the equation is the type of physical property of the powder, and a higher quality bullet or round is going to be a type of powder that's more resilient and then less tendency to break down or change its state over time.
100%.
Where your practice powder could be essentially like, think about if you bought dehydrated potatoes. If you ever bought potato flakes before, sometimes you get the potato flakes right out of the can or whatever, and they're not bad, but you take them camping and they turn into potato dust, and now they taste like cafeteria potatoes, like mush or something. Like they don't feel, they're not, they've lost their flakiness of the potato because they've changed their physical property. And the same thing with the burning. So what Tony's talking about is like, they do a bunch of math to figure out this powder at its prime is going to shoot with this whatever. Let's make sure that the powder, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that powder isn't going to change. And if they know that's going to be put on your hip and carried around or put in your gear and jammed around, then that's why they put all that effort and all that material cost into making that powder stay consistent over time. And there's people that'll only carry their duty ammo for a certain amount of time and then shoot it because they don't want the powder to be getting flaky, for example, or powdery or something. But you also have issues. I'm picking on powder because I think that's an easy one to conceptualize for people. But there's also like the crimp, there's the type of brass, like there's the physical creation of it, there's the bullet and stuff. The bullets have a lot more technology than the so in other words, a lot more precise weights of the bullets and stuff. But so I think there is a lot of tech. I don't think it's just marketing. I definitely have been in chats with people who just dismiss all Full Metal Jacket as hype, because some are hype, right? Like obviously there's some that are just nothing. The ones that look like, there's some of them have a purpose, right? But it's sort of like the airplane ammo, and always, it always goes back to the purpose of this thing. So if you're what do they call them people? The guys who are in the airplanes, the
air marshals.
The air marshal, like they wanted to have an ammo that would lose all its energy on the first thing it hits, so that there's almost no chance of it hurting the airplane or somebody else in the airplane. So they created the Glacier safety slug. They hollowed out a bullet, and essentially it's just the shell of a hollow plane. It's just the brass outsides. They fill it with little tiny shot, and then fill it with epoxy. And that little fancy getup turns into something that loses its energy immediately on the first thing it hits. So that means it barely goes through a leather jacket on the first round. Like if it even goes through a leather jacket, like it's not designed to hurt anything. But it can also fuck shit up.
No, they had different safety slugs. They were based on color. So they had some that had more penetration and others that didn't. And it was almost like snake shot. But then they had, I think the blue one, it would do more penetration because it used bigger flattened flattened lead floating in epoxy, because that's how that worked. And that was the miracle thing. But again, that was specific for one friggin' thing. And it was the friggin' air marshals that had the money to swap crap out like that when it got old, when it broke down. And remember, air marshals carry 357 SIG now. Like, they still carry the most expensive, like right out of the box ammo, just with caliber. So I think the only thing probably more expensive than 357 SIG is 45 gap.
Probably less
because of how rare it is. Yeah, well, just because of how rare it is. So, listen, as somebody that carried FMJs, I 100% did as defensive ammo up until a few months ago. Same thing. but I knew what I was doing wasn't the best, and that's one of the reasons I compete and work at shooting under stress because round shot placement is all on me at that point, and pretty much I'm trying to shoot them in the face to make it the most effective because you're going to have pass through with an FMJ, regardless of caliber. It's going to pass through unless it hits bone. So be prepared with full metal jacket to put shots where they need to be, to shut them off instantaneously because you're going to get passed through, or poke enough holes in them because again you're going to have those go in one side and out the other, and they're not going to expand. But if you put enough holes in them, it's going to drop the hydraulic pressure to the point that they're not going to function.
Normally in this social media world, have I experienced
just
Don't
noticed
tell
that
me.
Cheryl's up at Gun Rights Policy
Yep.
Conference.
Dude, I was going. That's Cheryl Todd. I love it. I recognized her. I thought I recognized. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Cheryl. I love her. Sent them a text today. They actually had me on at GOA, and I think they played. I gotta release it to let people know when it was to listen to the podcast to hear about what we do.
Oh yeah, they had John, or they published that one a little while ago. That's why I thought you were at GRPC because I thought they were posting everybody who was going to be presenting at GRPC. They did like Charlie, Rebecca, and stuff.
Yeah.
So I thought you were in that list.
Well, I was Adam. Adam really wanted me to go. Financially, not able to, and I should have contacted him and went, "Hey, can I do it? Over online?" But I don't know if they were doing that again this time because they did it during the COVID years.
Chris Cox is the only one I've seen doing it so far. Since we've been talking, I've been paying a little less attention, but I think most people are there. But they definitely let Chris Cox do a pre-recorded one.
Yeah, but that's freaking Chris Cox. I ain't Chris Cox.
Glad. But Wood says, I totally get all that, and I'm thinking about the lawsuit over the minor difference. And I'm thinking about the lawsuit over the minor difference between Full Metal Jacket and self-defense. This is Washington. I shoot a gun, I go to jail, period. And that's something that I'm from talking to you a lot and from just, paying attention to the plight of people in different states. Something that we all forget is that we do live in different, well, some of us forget that we live in different rules or different, like here, or whatever you want to say, like circumstances. And yeah, if that's, we're talking generalities, I guess, and I'm literally just talking like old wives' tales kind of stuff that we would talk about it, or I would hear over and over at CCW classes, just kind of like consistent advice that's out there. There's some contrary advice for sure. So I'm not saying this is the only perspective on it. It's just ones that, back in the day we heard a lot.
So my whole thing with FMJ is I live in Jersey and they have, listen, much like Washington State, more than likely, unless the dude has a shirt on that says I'm a terrorist, along with a vest bomb, and his finger was on a freaking switch, I still may go to prison. Just because I live in an anti-gun state, and a jury of my peers are really going to be people that aren't gun people. And I just make an assumption that they're going to be the most liberal anti-gun. I believe whatever the state say because we wouldn't have arrested him if he was innocent. That's who I believe my jury members are going to be. So, all right, I'm not doing a plug, but I'm saying it. That's why I have self-defense insurance, so I can actually get a good lawyer and not have to depend on the public defender. This is hilarious. I'm watching a kid make a TikTok video in the front seat of a car. And he just did the whole Arnold Schwarzenegger muscle thing because he got a new shirt. It's hilarious. So my whole thing is that's why I got what I got because you can get in trouble and go to jail for a long time. I totally get where you're coming from, Woods. I'm a believer in not spending a bunch of money that I'll have to, but really having self-defense ammo that's actually self-defense ammo is just one more thing that you didn't put as an obstacle in front of yourself and not going to jail or losing a lawsuit. You don't have to buy the latest and the greatest. There's some inexpensive self-defense ammo from the major manufacturers right now. So you can still get things that are like a Golden Saber, but just factory brand Golden Saber without the fancy packaging. So it's not as expensive with some calibers. Even if you get, because I say you like revolvers, you don't have to get. You can still get the old school flying ashtray lead, exposed lead nose, because at least it's not FMJs. It is like silver tips. FBI silver tips that went out of vogue in 1983 are still being sold. They're not the latest and the greatest, but you carry, I'm assuming, because of what your other statements were, 38 special, 158 grain silver tips still do the job. And again, they're not FMJs. They're going to punch a hole straight through. And it's still self-defense ammo with a long track record that was actually used by one of the largest federal law enforcement agencies in the country. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for a prosecutor to try to bury you for using the friggin' self-defense ammo, same self-defense ammo the FBI used for like 30 years.
And I think a lot of this is, again, like theoretical. Like you paid more attention to this as far as like with the podcast and stuff, but I don't know how often you watch, like, well, I'm sure the court cases come up, especially if they would relate to these topics, but
Yeah.
a lot of this is just like in theory, or like it makes sense that you
So
wouldn't want to challenge the status quo, but do people really go to jail in mass because of their caliber or their ammunition style choice?
okay, so this is where I get this from. One of them was oh, Bronca, Andrew Bronca. It was one of his things that he put together with case studies. Another one was James Reeves because he has a little series going on his YouTube channel, his personal YouTube channel, not TFB, but James Reeves, where he talks about different court cases. One was caliber. Does that make a difference? Another one was, does an AR-15 make a difference? And I think the third one in the series was, does accessories make a difference? And he goes through court cases with that. Another was Paul Harrell talking about the 10 millimeter case in Arizona. You probably remember that, where the guy shot someone with a 10 millimeter semi-auto, and the
Yeah,
prosecutor
the
tried to
fish
say he
case.
used the more. Yeah, yeah. So that's where I get it from, because understand these were case law. So the law is written one way, but it's prosecuted another. So you want to take all those, as many variables as you can as a self defender, out of it. So that's where I'm bringing my stuff from, lawyers or cases that were already handled and out there. Because I don't want to give people bad information. I want to at least give you the reference that I use. And I'm a nerd. And I was on a podcast about that stuff, so I figured I should know at least some of it casually.
That's what happens, right? When you're soaking in it.
Pretty much. And it also frustrates other people that are anti-gun that I have this, like, in my Rolodex at my fingertips. Oh, you think you know everything? No, man, I know very little things, but this is the one thing that's my thing. I'm like, you wouldn't be mad if somebody was a baseball fan and knew, Babe Ruth stats. This is kind of the equivalent of that for me. All right, cool. That's cool, Woods. Yeah. Oh, so by the way, I wore my Paul Harrell. If you see the video and the photos from my last diversity shoot, I wore my Paul Harrell shirt as an ode to him, as I feel, bringing more people into the firearms community like he did. So I thought that was just pretty good. It was one of those understated. I didn't have to say anything. It was just I wore that for me.
That's cool.
But yeah, it was just cool, dude. Again, you didn't know who he was, but a lot of people do.
I
And
mean, I knew who he was. I just don't watch YouTube videos, so I
oh,
didn't
okay.
pay
Oh,
attention.
okay. I didn't know.
What was happening.
Okay. So the two camera guys didn't know who I was working with, and we shoot. And they're like, "Who's Paul Harrell?" And I'm like,
Oh, I see.
"Look it up." I'm like, "Look it up, fellas," because I was like, "Look, if you don't watch these things, cool. But you run into a lot of new shooters, and people have questions, and Paul Harrell answered a lot of those niggling questions about firearms, 38 versus 357, 40 versus 10 millimeter versus 45. He did all of that stuff like ad nauseum. I mean, like to the nth degree that you could check out that is entertaining and informative if you want it. But that's a good source, I felt, that somebody that wasn't a shill for industry at all, that was giving out good information. And I like the style. I like the style a lot. Now the bad part is his brother took over, and his brother's a different person, different personality, different presentation. And I haven't unsubscribed, but I'm not as excited to see a new, Roy video as I am to see a Paul video. Hell, I still go on and watch Paul's old videos, like the Miami shootout thing. I don't know. I don't know if we've ever talked about it, but the Miami shootout was one of the impetus. FBI Miami shootout was one of the reasons we have the 10 millimeter round. And my opinion is the 10 millimeter round didn't end the Miami shootout. Cops putting bullets where they needed to go did. I'm like, these FBI agents missed a lot. It had nothing to do with the 10 mil. You had like 10 dudes with everything from shotguns to handguns, and they kept missing one dude in the front seat of a car that never got out of the car. The whole shootout took pretty much in place of three cars parked side by side, actually slammed into each other side by side, and they kept missing. Or they were ineffective. The one 9 millimeter bullet that went through the guy's arm, passed through a lung, and stopped before his heart was the only one that was close. I mean, he was dead man walking, but he had to bleed out first. But the cop that stopped it stumbled up to him and shot him point blank in the face with a 38 snub nose. And that worked.
Miami is two cars, bad guys, or was it one bad guy car and an FBI car smashed into it? But two cars.
It was one FBI. It was one bad guy car, two dudes in it. Two FBI cars were slammed into his car, and then there was a third car. Yeah, touching. They were touching.
So they
and
were
then
having
a third car,
from
little one.
sitting in a car to each other, which is crazy fast shootout,
Yeah.
and you feel confined and everything. They all bail out. Everybody bails out at some point who isn't dead, and then keep shooting at each other. But bad guys had mini 14s or something. They had something.
One bad guy had a mini 14, the other one had a shotgun, but the driver was hit in the neck and paralyzed immediately. So the only one in the shootout was the passenger. And again, he only got out, put 1 foot outside the car. He never got out of the car. So his entire fight was still inside of a car, shooting over his shoulder at 180 degrees of cops.
Okay. And I know that the cops were all over the place, like they moved around and they had all kinds of issues with picking up their brass and dumb shit that they complained about later. But
and what they did was get it down to blaming. What bothered me was they got it down to blaming equipment, and I'm like, the equipment stopped the fight. The equipment you had, it's like, bro, the equipment you had stopped the fight. It was your training, your cockiness. They had the head of the FBI HRT unit in the passenger seat, and this freaking genius, Tony, you sound like you're judging. All right, how about this? If there was a self-defense shooting going down, I saw something, we were approaching it, and I took my gun out of my holster and stuck it under my effing leg. And then we hit the guy, and my gun shot from underneath my leg into the floorboard, and I had to bend over in the car to get my gun. At which time my glasses fell off that I can't see without. You would blame me and call me incompetent. That's what happened to the head of the FBI HRT that was in there, and he was the only one qualified to have a semi-auto, and he had a 1911 that was all pimped out, except it was in the floorboard beside his glasses. He was digging that out in the middle of the shootout. And they all had long arms in the trunk of their car, not in the passenger side, and they were all looking for these guys. They happened to drive past them on the highway, spooked them, and they took off, and that's when the chase was on. But they didn't have long guns in the vehicle.
So it's not like they were what do you say, like hunting them or stalking them and then pounced, like when they were
No,
ready. Like no one was ready except for the bad guys
no
who
one
were
was
ready.
ready.
So I was going to
Who were
say the
ready?
other thing, if I remember right, is these guys were Green Berets, the bad guys. I remember
No.
right.
One was an MP, and the other one had been a ranger and had
Oh, good,
was a Vietnam vet. Well, yeah,
good.
one
I
was the
knew they
MP,
were
and the other one was.
military, but so
That's
that's
what he
good.
meant. They were two a holes. They were two a holes that met while they were in the military, and they did dirt there. They were horrible human beings, but
But
the
all I'm
FBI.
saying is they have some
Oh, go ahead.
experience with
Oh yeah.
combat type of maneuvers and
Uh-huh.
fighting and stuff, even if they weren't
Yep.
coordinated. Because I don't know if they're details, but essentially that's what I was getting at, is that I don't remember the details of this other than the layout, because I seen some movie about it, and I don't remember if the
Uh-huh.
movie got into this or not, but I do remember it saying something about these guys were military, so it's not like they were super competent, but at least they had some level of competency from their military experience and whatnot. But
Uh-huh.
then the investigators or whatever you want to call, like the agents,
Yep.
like there's agents that are investigative, there's agents that are sitting behind a computer or like looking at files, there's like agents that take people to court. And I think it's something like what you're essentially saying, which I think we're saying the same thing, that it's asking a lot for the agents who are probably doing it all back then. Like, you do as much as we're expecting of you, and part of that is taking down perpetrators who might be like heavily armed in this case, and you're not necessarily ready for that. Like, you've been exposed to it,
Oh,
but you've been doing it like a SWAT
well,
team, somebody that does it daily.
this is one of, and again, that falls into the problem with they blamed it on their caliber, not their procedure. Now, this was a team put together for these dudes. Like this was a task force put together just to catch these two guys.
Oh, okay, so they were
And
supposedly be ready for them to pounce, or they were
yeah, yeah,
supposed to.
this was exactly. Now I
Well,
was on the podcast. I was on the podcast with one of these guys, and he was talking about his book that he put out, and from his perspective. And I wasn't going to disrespect him because my problem isn't with the agents themselves; it was with how the government pretty much covered their ass and went, "Yeah, it's the ammo. We need better ammo and bigger guns." And it was like that wasn't the problem. Your training was how you put these people together was the fact that only super secret agents like somebody who had HRT hostage rescue training could carry a semi-automatic, and everybody else had like 5-shot snubbies because they didn't pass your super secret bullcrap. Instead of giving everybody, you know what I mean, a semi-automatic handgun that was faster to reload.
In the
Uh,
subsequent training on how to be useful instead of being like kind of old fashioned.
yeah, like your old training, the fact that you made everybody put their guns in the trunk like they were gonna have, like if the guys rolled up to rob the place that they were at, every cop would have had to jump out, run around to the trunk, pop the trunk, and get their long arms out, and then go. Like that doesn't even make it make sense, as people say. Make it make sense. It was training. It was all of that. It was how you put this thing together. Totally unprepared. Weird coordination. The firearm, again, the 10 millimeter didn't appear during the gunfight, and it didn't stop the gunfight. One cop saying enough is enough, and just walking up on the blind spot, stepping around, and putting rounds into this dude where they needed to go, stop the fight. I mean, it's just one of my little pet peeves. It's not some hill I'll die on, but I just continually pointed out that the government will cover for the government and find something else to blame, either the lowest ranking person that has no connections that can't prevent it, or equipment. So all of a sudden, 10 millimeter was the great stopping power thing that would have prevented the FBI shootout. Then they adopt the firearm, and within 5 years, it's gone, and the 40 Smith and Wesson appears. And it's like, wait a minute, what? You guys developed the 10 millimeter because it would have prevented the Miami shootout, and then you come up with a caliber that's weaker than the thing you said would have stopped the Miami shootout. But also, what they did was come up with testing the FBI laboratories and ballistic testing that at least had a consistent test medium and a standard, which they didn't have before. But it still gets me, and that's what I pointed out, that the government covers for the government. It's never the government's fault.
As you say that too, I'm wondering, because all this happened essentially,
83.
yeah, before internet for sure. But I'm gonna say like before there was like enough or like investigative journalists in this realm, maybe. So I'm wondering how much of this is just the way things did when you hear about the like corruption or
Well,
the
think
paying
about
back
this, bro.
and like that kind of thing. Like if no one's paying attention and the military has the budget, or I guess in this case the FBI has the budget, and they say, "What are we going to spend money on?" Oh, I know. Let's change the caliber up.
Well, here's what I feel. And this is just me. FBI was ran by J. Edgar Hoover up until what, the 70s, so it was still powerful politically. So investigative journalists, even if they knew about firearms and ballistics and all that crap, who's going to co-sign on to them rocking the boat, going, a caliber had nothing to do with it? So the only people that would say something would be gun people, firearms people, dudes like Colonel Jeff
Yeah,
Cooper and those ilk. And they all loved cops and loved law enforcement and was like, yeah, that's what we need. I've been championing. Remember, Jeff Cooper had already been pushing the 10 mil prior to the FBI shootout. So it was right in his lane. And also, gun writers were pushing the 41 Magnum in the mid 60s. So they'd been pushing that caliber for a long time because revolvers were still out there because you needed something more powerful than a 357 Magnum, but not as powerful as a 44 Magnum. So the firearms industry was all behind it. So you had nothing but cheerleaders. The federal government didn't want you to look at their procedures that sucked. The gun industry just wanted to sell more stuff, and they were going to cheerlead it. Plus, many of the firearms industry is a huge fan of cops, especially the FBI. So no one was going to be that person that tipped the boat and said this. Well, now we're decades later, and you got my fat butt pointing out stuff that goes, yeah, no, that's not the case at all. And this is lessons we could all learn. It ain't what whiz bang rounds you have, like we're talking to Woods about FMJs, is where you put that round. It's where you are in the fight. Did you lose your glasses? Do you not be able to function? I want to be able to take lessons from that are out there and teach them effectively. Look, this is what happened, and this is how us as regular citizens can be better at what we do. We don't get the chance, to have somebody blame something else. It's going to be our fault. Uh, Law enforcement are going to say it's our fault. Prosecutors going to say it's our fault. Their lawyers going to say it's our fault. Well, we got to get most of that out of the way. We need to shoot less. We shoot more accurately as citizens in armed confrontations. Our hit percentage are in the high 90 percentiles compared to law enforcement, whose hit percentiles in shootings, in self defense or in defensive shootings is 30 something percent. Citizens are in a 90 something percentile. We're already better than them, but we need to be as good as we can be.
that's my computer's acting weird, so it took me a minute to get off of mute. But that's a good um, number to have off the top of your head. Like that can be useful in so many conversations, so many debates, or whatever.
Yep. You can look it up. One of the studies were done in Florida in the 90s. They were doing the hit percentile of citizens involved in shootings, self defense, versus police involved. And I mean, yeah, we have, I guess you call it the advantage of these people going to be a lot closer to us because they're trying to rob us or hurt us in our homes. And, they're usually running from the police and trying to distance themselves from the police, but that's neither here nor there. It's a hell of a difference. You know what I mean? That's a 60 something percent difference. And by the way, the police shootings was less than that. They flubbed the numbers by claiming if they hit the vehicle they were in or the building they were in, they still considered that a hit on the bad guy. That was one of the little notes I remember from that particular study, that the numbers were so low without including, like, all right, they shot at him and they hit the car, so that considers a hit. Like they played with those numbers, like they played with the enemy death numbers in Vietnam. If you shot 1,000 rounds, that means at least there's one enemy dead, even though you didn't find a body or even a blood trail. No one shoots 1,000 rounds without killing at least one person, and that's pretty much what they did with police shootings too.
I was just noticing that Brooke Cheney's posted her suicide prevention Saturday show. So I've set it up, or I'm setting it up to be auto recommended or whatever it's called when this show ends. So that's got me a little bit distracted. But we're way past the 3-hour mark, so I've done it 2 again. I pay them twice as much the base rate for every additional hour. So it's really economical for us to run these 4-hour shows. But it probably had to happen. We did like a 4-hour show, and then we didn't do a show for like weeks. So if it averages out, it's like an hour a week, right? But I do appreciate
we nailed
spending the time. Hopefully it's not super cold there. Hopefully it's nice weather. I'm assuming it's nice there.
Oh no, it's dreary and it's been raining. I've been just sitting in the car with the vehicle running the whole time, watching the fun that is the Burger King parking lot.
Oh man.
Hey man, too bad. I'm across the street from the Lehigh Valley Mall, man. I should have said that. We could have done a signing. Hey, meet me at the Burger King parking lot, and I'll sign your stuff. If you have a Lovetron T-shirt, bring it by, and I'll sign it. I'll be in the Lehigh Valley, across from the Lehigh Valley Mall at the Burger King.
Have you thought about doing something like that at SHOT Show? Because when people are ready for it, like can get bring it and everything. Could do something. All right, I don't know what's happening. We're still connected. It might be because I'm opening up YouTube. It's killing my bandwidth. I don't know what's happening. Do you guys still hearing me? Oh, I didn't think about the hurricane. Yep. Are you doing all right with that hurricane stuff where you're at?
Tony to a 4U diversity shoot joined.
There we go. I got to figure out where Tony joins back up at. There he is.
Yeah, I was just talking about I did one appearance before, and it was at the Oaks Gun Show with John Crump and a bunch of those guys.
Oh, okay. I remember, I think that because it was a GOA booth or something, right?
Yeah, John was doing the GOA booth with Flying Rich and DL After Dark, and we had a great time. Rob Pincus was there. It was the biggest flex I've ever seen. The owner of Gideon Optics bought the entire gun show because the a-holes that ran the gun show wanted to be fudged all of a sudden and not allow 80% to be sold. So he bought the entire effing show, and I was asked to come and help support him, so I did. I showed up, and people took pictures with me, which was weird. And I just hung out with some friends, and we talked. And we were just, truthfully, everybody's just a regular dude. So if you want to come up and have a conversation, come up and have a conversation. Yeah, so that's what we did.
Are you guys doing all right with the hurricane? Is it bothering you where you're at?
Not at all. My wife is actually in South Carolina, and they had 70-mile-an-hour winds. They had trees break off in the complex. They had all kinds of stuff like that happen. And the power went out multiple times, but it came right back on.
Yikes. Has she been down there long enough that she's used to this kind of stuff, or is she freaking out from it?
She wasn't freaking out. Well, the only thing she was upset about was they hadn't hit the grocery store yet. Because they live in a house that's electrical powered, as in the stove and everything. So if the refrigerator goes out, you can keep the refrigerator closed and probably keep food good for 3 days. But you have an electric stove, so you can't cook anything on it because the power's out. Yeah, so that was a problem.
I don't know if you can see on there, but it says he's got a blue "All Gun Laws Are Racist" shirt.
Racist. Hey man, you see me, I'll sign it. Got no problem with that. Yeah, North Carolina got hit, Tennessee got hit. I was talking to Rusty, co-host of the Firearms Radio Network podcast that we're with. He didn't get hit, but he's a supervisor for ambulance service, and they send a lot of his people down to the area that did get hit. He said he's been running for 60 hours straight And he's like, he was finally getting home after working 1 60-hour shift. And he said, I don't know how much longer I can take it. I'm like, dude, you got to get some sleep. You can't be effective like that. I mean, there's been studies talking about driving and sleep deprivation, and he's doing both. Plus, he's handling medical emergencies for others. Easy to start making bad calls when you haven't slept in 60 hours.
Sorry, they're ending the gun rights policy conference, so now I'm distracted by thanking them for
Who's on the floor?
That guy Mark Walters is hosting it this year, so he's
Okay, yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that. He's emceeing today. Charlie is emceeing tomorrow, so he's doing the goodbye and go to the. You've been there before, right? Go by and go to the after dinner party thing.
So I actually met Mark for the first time in person at GOA's event, which was hilarious. Look, we've been doing stuff for a while, so we've been in rooms with people, you know what I mean, that are in this thing that run stuff. And some people, or at least some people out there, they're friends of mine. So I walk in and there's Rob Pincus. I'm like, hey, Rob. Well, Rob is there with Michael Soldini for Walk the Talk America. Mike's a friend of mine. Hey, then all of a sudden there's Dick Heller. So we're all sitting at the table with Dick Heller, and then Mark is there. I don't recognize Mark Walters. So we're all talking, making jokes, and he's talking about this and talking about this radio show. And I'm like, well, who are you? Oh, Mark Walters. I'm like, oh, hi, I'm Tony Simon. He's like, yeah, I know who you are. And I'm sitting in there, and I just took a moment to be blown away by the fact of who I'm sitting at the table with as far as 2A is concerned. You know what I mean? Second Amendment in the firearms industry. And I'm friends with these people, and they know who I am. And I just think about being that kid reading Guns and Ammo and Old Soldier of Fortune magazines that I got from the Goodwill. And I'm like, how in the hell? I hope that never stops being freaking awe-inspiring to me. That's just cool as hell.
So
And somehow, yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I should ask this off here as a dick question, perhaps. But we've been around a while. We've both been around guns for a long time, but we've both been around this realm for about the same amount of time, paying attention to this shit specifically, rights and all that stuff. So, but mainly paying attention to the others in the realm, right, to different levels or whatever. And what you're talking about is the content creators, let's say, and then on the other side of it is the people watching, the audience. And there's these, I've heard the name of it finally, the parasocial relationship. I don't want to call it artificial because it's a relationship, but it's a warped relationship based on all kinds of stuff. When there's one person broadcasting to a whole bunch of people, there's this weird, that guy's my friend type of thing. When in reality, the person broadcasting can't really be your friend. But anyway, so I just to put a name on it, like I don't know how it applies because I'm not like Jake or something, but Jake might know a better way to say this or what. But essentially, you've got the people like you're mentioning, the people that are content creators doing, and I shouldn't say content creators because that demeans them. You're talking about activists, people actually getting things done or starting organizations and stuff. But among them or around them is like, I consider myself a content creator. I'm just watching everybody do stuff. But so there's been people, and like you're saying, and when you first started saying that, I was thinking, like literally, the gun rights policy conference over there has Cheryl Todd sent me pictures of the room. I was asking everybody to send me pictures of the room, and she sent them to my phone, so I can see how many people are there. I'm going to say 300, just guessing. It's a little bit smaller than the biggest ones, but the biggest ones are 400. So it's about 300 people. It's pretty decent turnout for San Diego, I'd say, and for 2024, right? But of all those people in the room, a bunch of them just have nothing else to do. They're like retired old people that got nothing to do. Maybe they're something, but if I don't know them, then all they are is probably contributors to organizations, like money-wise, or maybe volunteers or something, but they're not any of the figureheads because otherwise I'd know who they were. I mean, even the people I don't like or respect or whatever, I know who they are. So that room is filled with people that are just people. and the people that actually are the creators of the organizations, or the people like doing the most work, or the people that are writing the most or whatever, could sit at a table, like fucking sit at a table, especially at gun rights policy conference. Because like if you picked everybody in the whole world that takes my whole poster, that would take like a restaurant. But you could fit everybody in the entire Second Amendment realm who's doing anything right now into a restaurant. Like, I'm obviously I'm not talking about the crews and the whole rest, the whole rest of the organizations, but for the most part, all the individual players, just like all the individual players on basketball or something, like you could pick them all up, put them in a restaurant. But at gun rights policy, like they could sit at a table because there's just not that many people there, period. And the people that are doing the most, they're going to get there. They're going to be sitting around drinking drinks tonight in a couple of minutes, really. But yeah, like it's crazy. Like you say, you can sit in a room, and unless you're just sitting, even if you are just sitting in one spot, people will walk past you who they are. Like, oh, there's Dick Heller or whatever, like you just said. So not that you have to meet them or that they're all looking to meet everybody. Obviously, it's just regular people doing their thing, but you will be in that room. And there it is humbling the right word? It's like, it's definitely like, it's cool the first time you do it. I can definitely understand because I did the same thing as you. The first time I went in there, for me, it was 2015. And I'm like, oh, I know who this is. I know who this is. Wow, I know who this is. Like, oh, shit. And then I just assumed everybody else in that room is at that level because they pretty much are, right? And that's where the first time I saw a $10,000 check. I think I can talk about that now. A $10,000 check written by just a guy who writes $10,000 checks because that's his deal. And he's like, he gives this to a friend of mine and goes, this is for the organization. He goes, yeah, I know, thanks. And, because it happens every year at that event. Like that guy, that's his opportunity to come up and give everybody a $10,000 check. And I'm not saying that like that happens all the time, but like, that's one of the things that the get together facilitates. So some of those people in the audience are there doing a lot money wise, but we don't know who they are because they're private. But the people that we know, like I think I was just getting at, is that, they're not that many people. So I guess that's a long ass way of me asking this question because it's kind of a dick question. There's the audience, there's the other side, right? There's the people that show up. Now, when you've got an audience, you've got your people who like never say anything, like you don't know who the hell they are. Like they're out there, they're a number. Like there's a whole bunch of people watching right now, but we know who's talking. But the people who talk, I'm just going to say, like, will come and go. Like the people who are talking will be active for a number of months, weeks, years, depending on the person and the situation. And I'm wondering if you, over the years, this is a long ass way of getting to my question. You, over the years, have you been affected by the number of people that have come and then gone? Because at some point you're new and everybody else is new. So you're just the new wave. And the old people, when we were new, weren't used to this coming and going yet because it hadn't started happening. So everybody was new in 2015. It was like, fuck yeah, the party's getting bigger. Well, guess what? Like, I'm just going to say those people and those people were there and they didn't get what they were looking for. So they left. So now there's 4 of us. There was 10 of us. Now there's 4 of us. The next year, we're 4 that have been here the second year. And there's 10 more that are there for the first year. 4 of them stick around. 6 of them never come back again. So I don't know what to call that, but that's the creator side of it. But that happens on the audience side too, where like people are like, this looks good. Like, look at, like, let's say they heard something that you said in 8 or whatever, like they heard something and then they go, this guy's cool. And then 3 years later, they're like, that guy's cool, but he hangs out with those assholes. And I'm going to go do something else with my time, which is normal. Like that's just the coming and going, right? So I'm just saying, like, have you been around long enough to be like affected by that?
All right. Okay. I love that you ask a question that could be just seen as me being rude, but I'll go ahead and put it. Look, I am enjoying who's ever in the room with me. I'm not even trying to be politically correct, like because there's an attrition rate. There's some people that show up, like you said, and then it's gone. They showed up for 2 years. Yeah, it's definitely an attrition rate, and I don't worry about the people that aren't there because they might not just be there temporarily, and they'll show up at next year's event or they skip something, and then after a while. Well, I'm talking to the people that do show up. I can't worry about it. And I think sometimes I actively do make sure I don't concentrate because sometimes it's like I try not to be affected by it. All right, that's the best answer. I try not to be affected by it because a lot of times I speak, I don't write speeches. I write talking points. And if I allow myself to talk about the people that aren't there. Again, contributors that aren't showing back up, activists that aren't showing back up. I've heard and I've thought to myself, why in the hell did I spend my money to come here to listen to this dude complain about who ain't here? So I celebrate the people that do show up. I enjoy the people that do show up, and I'm good with that. And I just leave the people that didn't show up to the wayside and let them reappear if they want to, or if they dropped out completely, then they're gone. And hopefully one day they show back up. You know what I mean? And they can contribute in some way. I
Yeah,
try to
because
be as positive. Yeah, go ahead.
the door's almost always open. Like, I'm not talking about somebody that had like a fight and walked away mad.
Yep.
Like, that's going to
No,
happen
but
because people are humans or whatever. But I'm talking like just the ones that you just one day you never hear from them again.
yep. Yeah, so that's what I do. I just leave it at that. I really do. Only because, again, if I get caught up, because I don't write speeches, if I start thinking about the people that aren't there, I'm going to talk about it. And I try to be positive in my speech and encourage people in my speeches and talks, if I can. If it's only me and they got Tony, you got 7 minutes, I'm going to talk about the positive things and the things that we can achieve, the goals that we should have. And I'm going to be a cheerleader. I have a different outlook than others because, Maj will come in and kick people dead in the ass. So will Kevin Dixie. And he would get after him. And I'm like, you know what? Those guys are good at that. If I start going that way, I may be more negative than I intend to be. So instead of stepping across that line and being too negative, in my opinion, I'll try to be positive. And instead of going, hey, y'all didn't do this, I'm like, hey, we can still do this. We have the opportunity to do this. It's just wording. I'm saying the same damn thing, but I just worded it in a positive way. So that's how I look at stuff. And I try to look at life, even if I don't live it like that, I try to look at it because, life is pretty much your attitude. Most of it is how you handle it.
For
And
sure.
that's
Like,
how I
things
handle my
have to get
speeches.
done. You can either be okay with it or you can fight it, but things still got to
Yeah.
get done.
You can be, you a-holes need to donate money. You a-holes need to bring your friends. You need to stop gatekeeping. Well, who the hell wants to sit there and listen to 7 minutes of being called an a-hole? Well, you can go, hey, we've been doing a great job. You've been introducing your friends and family to stuff, and we still have the opportunity to introduce more people. We can bring them in. We don't have to leave people at the door because we don't have something in common with them or we don't like their lifestyle. That's crazy because their lifestyle is important to them. They need to be protected their lives. That's what's important. So, there's two ways to say that.
I appreciate that because that's a good answer, and it's rational. I guess it's like I was you looked at it a different way than I did too, because I didn't ask the question good, but that attrition rate I think is a better way, like a more efficient way of saying what I was trying to get her to. What I guess I was also thinking about, or maybe as you were talking about it, it made me sharpen my question a little bit better. But there's the other side where I understand that not everyone can participate. Like, you have kids or something,
Uh-huh.
or something happens in your life personally or something, and maybe you win $1 million,
Yep.
right? And you're going to go party for a couple of years or something. Like, you're allowed to do that kind of shit. But I guess I was thinking of, and I don't want to pick examples because I don't think it's fair because I'm not aware of everything. And I'm probably picking on some examples because I either like the person personally or I'm just, maybe they were in my radar or something. I was more aware of them than other people. But I'm thinking of specifically because I've been watching GRPC all day, and I like GRPC a lot, but at the same time, I'm very interested in seeing it go a lot farther than what it can do. So I want to see it running and not crawling, but I also want to be what's the word, like grateful that we have it and appreciate what it does, right? What it does offer. But I also I don't want to be a dick, but I'm aware of the reasons why a lot of people never came back to it. And it isn't, I had a kid or all the normal, like just life reasons. It's more of, we didn't like it for some reason, or we didn't feel like it was doing XYZ and we're never going back to it again. Or except for like the person who had like I stepped in poop or whatever. Like if something specifically happened to somebody and they're never coming back, or they had a fight or something, I'm not thinking of like those examples, but I am thinking of the attrition is not just always because of some natural thing. Sometimes it is because of a problem or a conflict. And if it was like I'm trying to think of something easy, like if it was a sporting thing, like I like the idea of shooting sports, but I want to shoot with a shotgun, and this sporting shooting sport has no shotgun. I'm going to go to 3-gun because it has a shotgun. Like that's an easy answer. But if it's like I went to GRPC because I want my issue, my community, my caliber, whatever it is, I want to be included. I go to GRPC and they're like, hey, look at this person of caliber, just to pick caliber as an indistinguishing thing, because GRPC is one aspect of it is that they're trying to be inclusive, but they don't even have to put any effort into being inclusive hardly. And, or at least they can, I shouldn't say it that way, but that's sort of what it can appear to be, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I don't mean just in the I mean in lots of ways, like in thoughts.
100%. 100%. And it's not just the RPC.
It's like, and it's okay. Yeah, exactly. No, that's a great point too. Like no organization is perfect or infallible or anything. So that's the part where it's like, you think of all these people that have been lost to attrition, and it's like, how many of them left because their butt hurt, and how many of them left because their needs weren't being met. And now we lost that entire segment. And that's the part that I'm concerned about. Like, I think sometimes it's like, how many segments have we lost?
Okay. Because it goes, God damn. Look, I'm not this wise ass. I'm not a wise person. I really not. And I don't think I'm so effing unique that, Tony's seeing something no one else sees. But I'm like, it's a combination of a group of people that says they want to be inclusive but don't know how to be.
Perfect. They don't know how to be. That's the best way to say it, right? Like they're not unwilling. They're just not able, probably. Crap. Did he cut out again? Could be me. I don't have my little indicator to tell me my connection speed. Unless that's the little indicator right there, in which case he doesn't have any connection speed. I don't know if that's our volume or if that's our connection speed. I think he might have dropped again. It's like 4 hours of keeping Tony in a car. Maybe you can salvage some of this. Maybe you can salvage some of this. If the law enforcement needs somebody to be surveilling that Burger King.
Okay, so here's the thing I was saying. These Second Amendment groups, I think they want to be inclusive, but they're full of people that don't know how to be. And I don't think it's mean-spirited. I believe, I believe there are a lot of people that want to be inclusive. I believe there's a certain number of people that don't want to be inclusive and be able to pick and choose who participates. They want to pick how they look. They want to pick their perspective. They want to choose people that only want to be MAGA Republicans. Like there are those people that are gatekeeping, 100%. There are people that want to be inclusive and they say things horribly offensive. Sarcasm, by the way. They say things horrible like all lives matter. Not, and I totally get where they're coming from. But then you have others that want to be included, but they want to be so damn hypersensitive that instead of having a conversation with the person that says, I don't see color and I think all lives matter, instead of going, that person's a racist because they don't understand me, they won't go the 60%, not meeting someone halfway, meet them over halfway and explain how that can be seen as offensive, even if they didn't mean any offense. But instead of saying anything, they go, I thought this what these people were like. F this place. I'm never coming back. So there are people on both sides. And then there's others, pro-gun people, that go, I don't think anybody gay, trans, or in the LGBT community should be able to own a gun because they are all mentally ill. I'm like, bro, stop. So that's what I think is affecting both all of the Second Amendment organizations that are trying to be inclusive now. And sometimes they don't see what they're doing. and this is just me venting, so I'll go ahead and put it out there because I am a black dude. Shocker. Um, but when it comes to sponsoring us, sponsoring me, Maj, Kevin Dixie, uh, all the females I think that are black have left that I remember. They really have left or they really stepped down and they're not participating.
Hmm.
And it's like, why? Well, because when it comes to funding, they want to pick one black dude. So either they pick me or they pick Maj or they pick Kevin or they pick Coley on Noir. And they were like, well, we already fund, one minority group. And I'm like, yeah, but you also fund 17 groups that are mostly made of white dudes. I'm like, why can't you fund more than one? It's like you just want to have that black guy in the picture to say, see, I'm not racist. And maybe they just don't see that they're doing this. You know what I mean? Hey, it's like they seem to be putting together a 90s group, a 90s pop group. We need a black, we need an Asian, we need a Hispanic, and we need like a white. And that's what it seems they do when they try to sponsor us or fund us or invite us to things. I got the black guy
Yep, I can check that
in.
box.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, I'm an activist that happens to be black, but I'm welcoming all people. And when I'm somewhere and I'm high fiving and hanging out with Yehuda, and I'm texting my boy that's a Muslim that's screaming "Free Palestine," and I got seats at my event, and I have people with rainbow flags on their T-shirt at my event, I'm like, I'm welcoming to all people because this is a human right. And I really don't. Well, how many Jews do you have? I don't know unless they come in wearing yarmulkes. How will I know someone's a Jew? Because I got asked that Thursday night. Because Lakewood, where we shoot is a large Jewish population. I'm like, I don't sit here by the door with a ticker, Jew, Asian, Jew. Should I break the Asians down too? Because I know one from Hong Kong, one from Taiwan. Do they count? I don't count, bro. It's just human beings. And I ain't special. I think most of us are like that. But
Well,
a lot of these organizations are
uh,
run by people. Go ahead, man.
like you say, they don't have the experience or the. Well, you didn't say experience. I think you said they're, but I think it's from experience. They have a lack of experience, so they have no like
Yeah.
understanding. But like you said, or like I said, I guess they're thinking of it like a checklist. Like, well, we got the check mark in the box, but what they're not catching is the issues, like the there's lots of issues, obviously, but like the sometimes I guess as far as the uh, uh, industry side of it, there's been some conversations on how to reach, let's say, the black
Mm-hmm.
female
Mm-hmm.
customer, which is fine. We're capitalists, great. But in
Fine.
reality, we've got issues that are different in, let's say, Philadelphia. Obviously, Maj has
Mm-hmm.
something to say about that versus, I don't know, El Paso or someplace else in Texas, or I don't know. New Mexico doesn't get a lot of news, but New Mexico has all kinds of issues with with their governor, yeah. And then in Arizona and California, there's issues with all kinds of border stuff. So having people who can bring issues that are community centric, or I'm
Mm-hmm.
even going to say something like the shooting sports or the hunters, because again, we're talking diversity of everything here, not just the stuff that they want to
Mm-hmm.
divide us on, like the color and the religions and that kind of stuff, or whatever other choices and stuff, not choices, I guess, but life situations people are in a country where everybody's welcome, right? So I think for a long time we've been, and in a lot of ways, we're all pretty chill. But when there's little facets, the people who want to keep us fighting, they're going to chisel on those differences.
Yep.
But anyway, when we're
Mm-hmm.
talking like the issues that, let's say, sports shooters have, which I don't even fucking know. Like, I just know that they must have issues. There was issues in the
Yep.
day. I know that they have issues like, well, this gun or this caliber is going out of vogue, or, blah, 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 primers. They have those kind of specific issues. But then they'll
All
have
right.
issues like
I'll
the sport's dying, the sport isn't growing anymore. Those kind of
I'll
issues.
hit you with the issue right now. The sports shooters had, dude. Sports shooters right now having problem with young people because of a law that was passed by Newsom in California that won't allow kids to be used in commercials for firearms
Oh,
or even
right.
promotional equipment. So right now, and this is because I went to the Ambassador Academy and I got to spend more time with my friend Olivia. Damn, I wish I knew Olivia's name off the top of my head. You can look it up. She runs a youth sports shooting magazine, and she's a youth sports shooter. She just turned 19 2 weeks ago, but I met
Oh,
her when
okay.
she was 16 at SHOT Show, and she had already started this magazine in high school, which
Oh,
was
cool.
featuring young shooters that were in school. And that's what she was trying to promote. And I helped her promote it, and I'm still going to help her now. I'm going to turn it up to an FN11. But this asshat, Newsom, made it a thing that he's trying to kill off sports. You remember, we're being attacked by every freaking angle, not only from within our own circle, but from everything outside. So companies can't put kids in freaking ads anymore, even though they support sports shooting. Well, if you're not going to get anything out of it, there's no return on investment. It's kind of hard to sell it. You know what I mean? Inside to marketing people and everything else. If you can't show the kids that you're giving 10,000 rounds of 22 or shotgun to, it affects it. So that's one of the things that's happening with sports shooters. But who the frig's going to listen? Who pays attention? And then you're dependent upon, really, the reason I know about it is because I had a conversation with a freaking 16-year-old girl at SHOT Show in the green room. And of course, it was reiterated with her February of this year. Was it this year? Holy shit. Yeah, I think Ambassador Academy, it's been a packed year. But I hung out with her for 4 days at the Ambassador Academy and learned more about it. All right, so which of the main, organizations out there is actually going to talk about this? Nobody listens to the NSSF, and they avoid all of the Second Amendment organizations like the freaking plague. I've not seen NSSF at anything. Have you? I mean,
Well, okay, yes, technically they were at GRPC today. In this, so the GRPC went. And I'm not trying to rag on them. I like them, but I'm also not
no.
holding punches. So they start off with, and I won't get into the technical glitches with the stream or whatever, but essentially the production part of it started with like an introduction and then a couple of speakers, but those speakers were lawyers and they were talking about nerd history stuff that like,
Mhm.
man, you either have to be
Oh,
really into California or really into history or really into the nuances, I guess would be the way to say it, of law. And that was from like hours. That was like from the beginning at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m.
wow.
even till like lunchtime. It was a long amount of that stuff.
Oh,
So,
hold on. Well, hold on before we go. Oh, I was not ragging on NSSF at all.
oh no, I don't
All
mean
right.
to either, but I'm just saying like it
Okay.
was in with all that.
Okay. Yeah. So my whole thing is the NSSF would know this, but they
Oh,
don't
sorry,
talk
in
about
there
it.
they were one of the guests, but then all they did is go on and on and on about some history and
Yeah.
went on and on and on monotone. So
And
it's
I'm
like
like,
they weren't a great ambassador to like they didn't make the thing lively or make a presentation that was great.
exactly.
But I also want to throw out there they did give $100,000 to Goal for the bullshit that's happening in Massachusetts. So I
Awesome.
guess that's better than nothing. But yeah,
Yeah. No. Yeah. It just because I know Justin there and he's the immediate guy and he's helped me out and all kinds of stuff. So I'm never going to poop on the NSSF for the work they do. But I'm looking at it as an activist, as a dude that's done this on my own, out of pocket, with my time and everything else. And I'm like, I understand I'm passionate about this. If I wasn't, we wouldn't be on almost 4 hours. I'm passionate about this because I care about it. But I'm like, yo, you guys are getting paid to do it. And I think also they get beat down. Everybody's not me. And understand when I'm hanging out with these guys that are activists that again started their own thing, that started their own push in their own state and worked their way into these rooms, they've done it because they're passionate. Those people aren't really the ones that go to work for NSSF. They don't become the lawyers for NSSF. These are dudes that might have been hunters or something like that, but they're not activists.
NSSF members, I believe, are people that really have seen. It seem like they're all industry, like they've all seen the
Yeah.
fucking bullshit, and they've decided that this is their way to deal with it. And then they also have to live in Connecticut or whatever it is. And then I don't know what they get paid. They get paid something, like they're getting real money, but it's not like they're getting rich. But they're getting paid to live in Connecticut, so they took it as a job. But I do believe, like you said, they're just experts in their field and they're industry jobs. So like if they know about ammunition, they got hired. If they know about hunting, they got hired. So they're
Yep.
doing valid work, but
Yeah.
it's not sexy
But
or
yeah,
anything. And I don't
and they're
think it
not.
needs to be. I'm not shaming them. Like I
No.
don't think it needs to be. Like know their lane or
But
whatever.
then, all right, and then let's get into it. Now you have these guys working for organizations. They also are in marketing and things like that. But they got into it because they knew a specific part of it. They worked for ammo company. They worked for a shotgun company. And
Yeah.
a lot of these guys come from Western state. One, most of them are guys. Let's go ahead and do that. Most of them are white guys. Most of them are white guys from red states that don't come from the city, so they don't have a lot of relationships with people that aren't white dudes from where they are. And I'm not down on it at all. It's just you are where you freaking come from, and don't expect nobody to be something they ain't. You know what I mean? You're just not something you're not. And you can see things from your perspective, but you don't understand. Hey man, I reached out and I told everybody they could come. Well, yeah, but some people aren't gonna react to you because they just see you as a redneck. And some of these guys have an accent and they, got the camouflage boots on. And I'm not even saying anything's wrong with that. I'm saying people judge them by how they look and go, I don't feel welcome. That looks like a bad time over there. Or again, like Wood said, he's a liberal, and when you're wearing your MAGA hat and your other stuff, and you feel comfortable with the people you're around, you may say stuff that people like Woods go, yeah, well, why would I want to go pay to hang out with a bunch of people that pretty much poop on me, or I think will, or intentionally put me down. Like all of that happens, and it's people being people, and it's also people not willing to meet others more than halfway, and you create all this stuff. And I think that's what's happening with a lot of these groups. I think some are comfortable looking around and only seeing people look like them and kind of want to gatekeep that. Others are fine if you don't look like them, but you have to think like them, and they're not comfortable with that. We're in essence we're dealing with human beings, period. But we're dealing with people that say they want to welcome others, but don't work really as hard as they could to do it. And then on the flip side, when we're dealing with women, minorities, and others, some of them are kind of oversensitive and expect people to meet them at like 99.8%. And that's not happening, especially if you're unaware that you even have to go past 50. Like if you think you're doing something awesome because you're going to meet someone halfway, you're going to be you got to be out of your mind if you think I'm going to meet you at 98%. That's why I ask people to just try to reach out to 60. Go out of your comfort zone. Explain how you may be offended or something they said could be taken the wrong way because they might not have heard it. They might not have even meant it the way they said it. But if you get all huffy, walk off, and just start posting horrible stuff online, they're going to go, what the hell's wrong with this person? I asked them to go out with me and hang out, have a drink, and talk. I didn't know, how would they know you're Muslim and were offended by that if you didn't tell that or something? I'm just pulling something out. I never saw this specifically, but you know what I mean. How would someone know they offended you if
I've
they
been
didn't
looking
say
for a
anything
way to
offensive?
explain it because I've tried explaining it in different ways. People take it too literally or they take it the wrong way. They like use the example like some kind of like I'm slighting against them when I'm really just trying to offer an explanation. But it's like if someone were to invite you to an event
Hmm.
and they said it was going to be vegan, and unless you're the type of person who can handle eating vegan or enjoys it or can just not give a shit what you're eating, you know what I mean, like you might decide not to go because
Hmm.
of the food and because you assume that the food means, because I only know this because I'm a persecuted vegan, that as
Hmm.
soon as somebody hears that they think, oh, you're a blah blah blah. I don't know what they even think half the time anymore, but for a long
Uh,
time they always thought we were hippies or whatever. But
yep.
very rarely do they go, oh, you must be like, for example, I think Buddhist people don't eat meat. Like they never
Hmm.
jump to that conclusion. They jump to the conclusion that you're some kind of like blah blah blah. So so again, if you were invited to a barbecue and it was a vegan barbecue, are you going to accept that invitation or are you going to politely decline? Well, think of it that way. Like, so if you're inviting people to your event and you have all the good intention in the world to invite them to your event, but oh, by the way, I'm also inviting you to my event, and here's a little something but that you may not enjoy about it. That's all we're suggesting, is that people have different, it's a free country. So first off, you don't have to be right or wrong. You can have whatever fucking opinion you want. But if you're, and this is what Pierre was trying to get people to understand at his thing at the Massachusetts rally, that if you're the person you're trying to get to come to your event, the person you're trying to get to read your message or understand your position, if they've got an adversity to like baseball caps, or when you were talking about what do you call those things? Western hats, like cowboy hats.
Oh yeah, cowboy hats.
No, cowboy hats. If I see somebody with a bunch of cowboy hats, I assume that they're a bunch of people from Texas, or else they're like out here. I would assume maybe they're ranchers or something. And to most part, ranchers are going to talk about ranching stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're pretty much going to talk about ranching stuff. So if I see a bunch of ranching hats at a barbecue place, I'm like, okay, this is probably going to be an authentic barbecue place or whatever. But if I'm taking someone out for fancy, you know, I want all the forks in a row dinner, I might see all those barbecue hats and go somewhere else. Like, you're allowed to take a cue from the parents, right? Or from the parts of the culture or the community or whatever. So I think, you know, again, you can project a lot about your event or your restaurant or your group or something by, you know, what you're wearing. And it doesn't have to be like, you know, every time I say MAGA hat, people go, well, tell me to leave my politics. I'm like, no, what the hell? I'm talking about their red hat. Like, people don't like your fucking red hat. Like, but
they made an assumption based on your red hat.
I don't intend to wear it that way. Like, I don't care. But guess what? People are allowed to take things however they want. So knowing that somebody takes it a certain way, fucking don't wear the red hat. So I don't use the red hat. I'm trying to come up with like cowboy hat, vegan, barbecue, to like show people that, like, yeah, okay, there's some things I wouldn't want to do because I'm just not down with that. And if someone came at me with like, we're going to do this, and like if somebody came to me and said, hey, we're going to have some event and it's going to be at this barbecue place, like there's almost nothing I can get at a barbecue place. I don't even like eating barbecue or anything like it. So I'm probably going to go, nah, I'll wait till you're at like a pizza place or somewhere where I can get something I want to eat. And,
totally get it.
Right? Okay.
But see, I totally get it. But I use the mega hat thing because people do take it personally. So, and I'm like, yep, that is something you can totally understand, because the news has pitted MAGA hat people versus everybody else, and they told you MAGA hat people hate you, and if you're in a MAGA hat, and if you're MAGA hat person, everybody else hates you. I'm like, that's the divide that they've created, and I'm like, and it's unfair. So I think the second time I actually had a speech in public that I was asked to speak at an event, it was only about 200 people. It was only about 200 people in front of the War Memorial in New Jersey. And over in the corner, they had some dudes flying Confederate flags. And it was right within sight of me. It was less than freaking 30 yards away. And it was like 6 of them. So either I can dismiss the other 194 people and concentrate on those 6 with a Confederate flag in New Jersey. I don't know what the hell you doing. But I went ahead with my speech, and I started talking about the fact that the founding fathers formed this country because they didn't want a tyrannical government, and they also didn't trust the government they created because our government is not trustworthy. You know who the loudest people clapping were? The ones with the Confederate flags. You know who went out of their way to shake my hand after it was over? It was the people with the Confederate flags. Why? Because I tried to reach them more than 60%. Also, the fact that I grew up and was raised in Virginia, and understand the Confederate flag has different meanings to different people. And definitely, if they were the racists everybody claims they were just because they had that flag up, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to shake my hand, nor clapped and paid attention the entire time I was speaking. Because you damn right, they had a Confederate flag, so I kept my damn eye on them. During my whole speech.
You know, and I learned recently, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but, you know, the Gadsden flag, the yellow one with the snake on it, I've heard that some people refer to that one as a Confederate flag. So in other words, just out of whatever casual, like, you know, not everybody has to memorize every fucking flag, right? Especially the ones that aren't even ours. Like, they were just I don't know what they call those flags. They were kind of the countries, but they were, you know what they are. They all have their own little stories, but none of them. We
Yeah.
don't have any like rules that we have to learn them all. But I never even thought about that. But yeah, I mean, what the hell? Like, I only happen to know it's a Gadsden flag because everybody was wearing it, and one day I went on the internet and learned that it's a Gadsden flag, so I would know how to describe it. Now, I personally like it because it has a fucking snake on it. I think that's cool as hell. And then I found out, you know, the one that says "Don't tread on me," right? The yellow one. I found out that it's you know, tyranny, blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, cool. I like the meaning behind it too. Now, if it turns out it's also some like massive racist thing, I'm gonna like it less. You know what I mean? Like, but I haven't heard of that. But I can understand the actual. I don't know what they call that thing. The thing from the Dukes of Hazzard. Like, there's a name.
Stars and bars.
Okay,
stars and bars,
like,
baby.
If you're talking like that one, that's what I call a Confederate flag, and I don't know. There's an actual name for it, right? Like Confederate battle flag.
Yeah, it's a Confederate battle flag. Yeah. Oh, look, I grew up with it. All right, I grew up with the flag, being a part of life in that part of Virginia I'm from. Plus, then of course in childhood we had Bo and Luke Duke and the Duke Boys and General Lee and all that.
I assume
I'm not
because that wasn't racist at all, was it? I'm not like
no, not in the least bit. So my whole thing is calm the hell down. Don't get your pearls in the freaking clutch. I grew up around these people, and they're not going to come out to a Second Amendment rally and clap and shake hands with the black dude that's trying to be inclusive with all people. They're just not. If they hate you, they aren't going to put themselves in contact with you. If they're white supremacists, real white supremacists, don't put themselves intentionally in contact with lesser people in their opinion. They, for the most part, don't. Now, you got some duplicitous pieces of crap that will, but usually they aren't the type to run around flying flags like that. They CEOs and politicians.
Yeah, good point.
You might catch them in speeches saying something like, "We don't want those people to have guns," and then name the cities that are 80-something% minority, like they did here in New Jersey. Just saying. So those are the races that you have to watch out for, and they ain't flying flags. They're Democrats or Republicans that have been sitting in positions of power for decades. And if you listen or see what they do, you can see what they do. I'm not worried about the 4 to 6 dudes that sit around with a flag on and a "Don't Tread on Me" flag on the other shoulder and then a patch on their back that says "Back to Blue." They're just effing confused.
I was just gonna say, yeah, like that's more of like icon. There's some way of putting icon in the word, but like, you know, they're just
iconoclastic.
Maybe like just, I don't know if the right word, but you know, they're just, to them it's just it's a symbol. Like, I guess, you know, it's in
that's all.
Some people do know the whole theory behind them. Some people just think it's cool, and you know, again, if you're talking like a couple of people out of a lot, like they could just be misunderstanding or something. I'm being optimistic.
Okay. So a lot of the things I grew up with and heard, and believe me, there were some dead ass racists with Confederate flags, but many of them just see it as an anti-government, anti-authoritarian. I'm a rebel. You know, I'm a rebel, as in I stand against the establishment.
Like states' rights versus national.
States' rights, all that stuff, bro. I mean, don't make assumptions. Now, if they say other stuff, if they say horrible things, then they may be horrible people, and avoid them. But don't make assumptions, because you could be just walking away from people that sucked at history or only looking at it a certain way. And again, they might be trying to reach out themselves to get involved with other people, but nobody or very few people are willing to cross that line and go talk to the person flying the rebel flag. Me, don't really bother me, especially if they come up to me to instigate a conversation. Oh, okay. All right, man. I guess you got to go. We're at 4 hours.
No. You just made an interesting point there. Is all. As soon as you said that, for some reason, I flashed to 19, right? The big ass rally in DC in 19, and there was a bunch of people in the audience, I think from Reddit or some shit, and they were gonna like cause trouble, and they were gonna. I think they were upset because we weren't carrying guns. And we weren't like edgy enough or whatever the fuck. Like they had some issue and they were going to do something. And essentially, I think what their deal was kind of like flash mob it. They were going to show up and then be most of the audience. And I'm only guessing this because of the way I seen it kind of happen or come out. But they were going to, there was a bunch of them. They thought they were going to be like a majority of the audience. And I think then they were going to do something like maybe chant or who knows what. But then what I think happened is a fraction of them showed up, because there was like a little group over here of like 6 dudes, and then like some, I mean, they were mixed people, guys and gals, and old and young and whatever. But there was like 6 or 8 of them over here and like 10 over here. It was a long time ago, but they were like little pieces, and I could tell they weren't together. It wasn't like one group that split up. They were all there for the same reasons. But at the same time, there was like, we're people from Baltimore, and we all came here. We're not together, but we're all from Baltimore, and you can tell because we're wearing some baseball hat or something. So they weren't the only like group. They weren't standing out. But anyway, I'm wondering, and what you said there made me think that, like, one of the unceremonial, like one of the non-fancy things about free speech is that being free lets those people show up and put their money where their mouth is, essentially, and then at the same time understand the consequences of, oh shit, I showed up and did this, and I was like one of 10 people that showed up, and all those people online have no weight, and they didn't show up, and that changes that whole dynamic. And I wonder if that didn't crush something that could have been different if, let's say, they succeed and brought a bunch of people out to make noise.
Did you see the asshole running around with the mask on and all the flags, the "Don't Tread on Me" flag?
You talking about
There
in
was
19?
one in 19, yeah. So
If I thought about it, I might, because I did walk around a lot then.
Oh, he did not last long. So I came through, and I still remember because I came through with our crew. So it was me, Johanna, Rolando, Kevin Dixie, Cheryl
You
wasn't
guys
with
all
us.
went to
but there was-
breakfast, right?
yeah, we were the all ones who went to breakfast. We decided after it was over, because I still got the picture I put up every now and again. We all walked over together. And we got there and we ran into Maj. Maj had his crew. It was Devin there, Trenchbury Chronicles, all of us. So it was a pack of us, but we were all racist, right? All race is multiple races. And then this dude popped up, and he had on a balaclava, a baseball hat, and he had a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, and he had some sign that was kind of like crazy. And he's like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Nah, take the mask off. I don't have to. My rights. Take the damn mask off, bro. We'll take it off for you, and we'll snatch that flag and break it over your ass." And he was trying to get away, and people were just like, "Take the mask off. You are not going to be out here with a mask on."
I think I remember more than one of them then, because during the
Yep.
thing, some guy came by. Maybe it was the same guy that came by later or something, but it wasn't so much a mask, but he was yelling all kinds of weird shit, trying to like disrupt it or something. And essentially, nobody from the place, like just regular people in Washington, D.C., essentially told the guy to fuck off and like ran him way down the street. I don't think anybody from the event had to lift a finger to get rid of that guy. But that was because I was sitting at the steps, and I just happened to notice that guy come up out of nowhere and then get shoot off.
Yeah.
Just in Washington.
So a lot of us policed our own because we weren't going to accept that. And that's also because when was the supposed insurrection? 2021?
Something years later.
January 6th. Yeah, so I was invited to speak at the end. Yeah, because it was the end of 2020. I forgot what I was at, but I was asked to speak at the Second Amendment rally in D.C. in January 2021. I forgot the date because I'm horrible with this. So I forgot the date. So I looked it up, and it was right before the end of the year. Rallies in January, rallies in January 2021. Oh yeah, there's going to be a rally on what is it, January 7th, January 6th, and it was like 4 rallies that were being held at the same time in DC. 2 of them were Second Amendment rallies, and there was something else and something else. Well, that was after the Summer of Love, bro, and most of the peaceful protests. And I'm like, no, because people show up with masks on and ruin the protests. I remember the ass hat from 2019, and I'm like, yo, people have more excuses to wear a mask in January 2021, and they'll try to infiltrate what we're doing. I don't want to have anything to do with that. So I contacted whoever called me and told them I wasn't going to be able to make it, and I'm not going to speak at that event. And I'm glad I didn't, because they use geolocation. And some of the guys that I work with actually were questioned by the FBI, and they were let's just say work had some stuff for them and they didn't work for a few weeks because they were in Washington, D.C. on January 6th,
Lame.
which is bullcrap, but it is what it is. That's what we deal with. Free speech, right? But yeah,
That gets on a
there
whole
were
other
people trying
topic,
to.
but 4 hours into the
Yep,
show, we should probably
we're
not
done.
bring up that one.
Nope, we're done. I have to pee now.
I can't
Hey,
even imagine
nobody
that.
dropped by to see me.
Doing
Nobody dropped by to see me in the parking lot.
doing a 4 hour show in your office chair is one thing, but doing it from the car, I do appreciate your time and doing it. Before we head out, or as we head out, you take the last word. We'll say thanks to everybody for joining us. And Brooke's show is over, so we just corked her. So that's what it's like
Damn.
to cork a girl. But go ahead and let
All
everybody
right.
know about diversity shoot or whatever you want, and then we'll
All right,
say
cool. All right, I'll put this out as the first part. Diversityshoot.com. That's the work I do. You can donate to it. Please do. We have PayPal link. If you want to figure out another way to donate to us, we also have a PayPal, and is it GoFundMe, and what's the other one? Patreon. Also, we have Patreon. We have Patreon. So you can help us out in any way. And if you want to figure out a different way to help, also we take donations of ammo. So you can look at diversityshoot.com, see the ranges we're coming up next, which is October 10th. We're going to be at Union Hill Gun Club. Union Hill Gun Club has a gun store. You can purchase ammo at the gun store and have them set it aside for Tony at Diversity Shoot on October 10th. You can help us out that way. That'll help out a lot. 556, please. We could really use that. Also, if you want to donate to any of the other ranges, you can do that and have ammo. You can purchase ammo at those ranges, and we can use it that day. You can also do swag and stuff like that. If you live in Jersey or if you want to order pizza for us, do that. We can use any help we can get. Tony at diversityshoot.com. If you want to reach out and ask specifically how you can help, I'll let you know. Okay. You can find me on X at Second is for Everyone, which is the number 2ND is the number 4, everyone. Also, I'm on Instagram as SimonSaysTrain, and you can also find me on Facebook at SimonSaysTrain. I'm also at the Second is for Everyone. I'm also at Tony Simon. If you want to know when tickets go on sale, follow me on eventbrite.com, and you'll be notified when tickets go on sale. Cool. That's all the me stuff. This is what I want to say for all the Second Amendment, anything you believe in. Use social media to share those posts by the groups that you want to help, by friends that own businesses. Share it because it really increases the reach exponentially. I just posted something and I asked people to share it. It was the video of the robbery in Patterson. I have pretty much 7,500 views on that, and I have like 150 shares. And now, because I have gun related and Second Amendment related stuff, I'm shadow banned, and non-followers won't be shown my stuff. 80% non-followers have seen it because you guys have shared it and it got outside of my social circle. So it kind of broke the shadow ban because it allowed others actively went, found my stuff and shared it. And then they aren't held in check. So non-followers can see their stuff. So their friends, family, and the people in their social circle were able to see my post. Do that. It helps others. Now, the crazy thing is, almost 8,000 people saw the post, and I picked up 3 followers according to Instagram from it. But again, a lot of people saw a post and they saw some stuff they never saw before, and it might give them a way to say something different, or it might make them think about something differently. So whatever it is, whether it's your friend's freaking cat pet grooming studio or a Second Amendment organization, share their stuff in your stories and on your social media. It helps. That's what I got to say about helping out in advocacy, because that could be your form of advocacy. If you can't afford to do anything else, you can share. That's it.
Right on. Yeah, I'll just add that that's super powerful. You ain't kidding. So thanks everybody for joining us, and thanks, Tony.